The prophet of thought. Open your mind. 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 Open your mind.
Join the league. Join the league. Open your minds.
House of power. House of power. House of power. House of power.
And so a community is where you control your police, you control your commerce, you control your education, you control your house. We don't control none of that. We live in a hood. Huh? Well, what about the Negroes that get out? Oh, well, say, my cousin, they say he's a multi-millionaire, almost got $1 billion.
The prophet of thought.
3 PhDs and working on 2 more. Driving down the street in Chicago in his Rolls Royce, enjoying himself, and he hears these sirens and looks through the mirror and sees this cop car flashing lights. He squeezed the steering wheel, man. Heart beats fast. Because he knows the plight of a Negro, what it could be. And then when that cop car passed him by, he said, thank God he wasn't after you in the first place, punk. That Negro thing you can't get away from. It's universal. They wasn't coming after you. With all your millions, with your Rolls Royce, with your PhD, didn't help. That's the hood. Why do you think you never pick up the paper 3D over and over and see white families travel? You think it's thousands of black cops in America. Why don't you see white families crying as black cops shot my loved one 40 times in the back of the head? Why do you think black cops don't do that? You think they're more spiritual? Think they're better? No! They got enough sense to know that white folks ain't gonna tolerate it. And I will stop in our neighborhood when we decide we will not tolerate it. Now, if we was organized, which is hard to organize people who are just gonna run crazy and you don't know you're crazy. But if we were, with the money we have, and the many people who would come to our aid that don't know what it's like to be a Negro, and we said, if we said, look, we saying, if we don't get a federal law to deal with police brutality, that anytime a cop or anybody carry a gun, have to have a license just like you do to drive a car. And if you use it wrongly, you'll lose your license. And if it's upheld, you can never work again as a cop or a store guard or a private detective. How do you get Congress to push that through? Well, you take your economic power and you call on your friends, black, white, young and old, and say, this coming Christmas, if we don't have a federal law to outlaw police brutality by law, then we calling for a nationwide boycott of Christmas and it'll start on Thanksgiving. Well, let me tell you what that means. 79% of all retail in America happens between Thanksgiving and Christmas. People stay in business all year, lose money just for Christmas, huh? Well, what happens now? Sac Fifth Avenue, Toys R Us, Sears and Roebuck, Westinghouse. They will get the bill, and all they got to do is make one phone call and say, Harry, that's the senator, I want that bill pushed through in 3 days. Okay, it's an economic thing. It's that simple. But we have the power, but the system have wiped us out so bad.
Hours of power. Hours of power. Hours of power.
Van 10 and Lincoln 6. Go ahead. We have a suspect down, 10-4. That's 10-4. The officer's code 4. We have one suspect that's been shot.
Open your minds. And we are back. Peace, folks. And welcome back to another edition of the Proper Thought series right here on the old T.P.O.T. YouTube page. I'm your host, X, of course, but you knew that already. That's why your black asses are here. Now, tonight, good show for y'all tonight. Got my man, Big Nate. He'll be squaring off with my brother, AJ seeing red. And tonight's topic. Hey, what's good with it, brother Perfect Black? I see you up there, brother. Yeah, tonight they'll be squaring off on, should we leave? Is it all right to leave the community? Of course, brother Nate says yes, and brother AJ says no. But before we get started, y'all know I always start the show off with thanking you good folks for your support, for your shares, your likes, your views, and of course, your hard-earned nickels, pennies, quarters, dimes, and 50-cent pieces. What the hell just happened to my damn earphones? God damn it. It just came disconnected from the system, y'all. Hold up. What the hell's happening here? We are experiencing technical difficulties. Please stand by. Yeah, my damn earphone just came disconnected for some reason. For no reason. There we go. That's what we want. Yeah. So like I was saying, you don't have to support this channel, man. You don't have to watch these damn debates or these videos. You don't have to show up here every week. You don't have to subscribe. You don't have to share. You don't have to like. And you definitely don't have to contribute your hard-earned coins. But you good folks out there, man, and you good folks up in here, you choose to do so, man. And I thank you, man. I'm humbled. I'm honored. I'm appreciative as always, man, for all you good folks. I know I get up here sometime and I say shit you don't like. And guess what? The next time I come up here, I'll probably say more shit you don't like. But I do appreciate all you good folks and the support that you give this channel, you know. And I don't say it to kiss your black butts, because y'all know by now, if you've been following X long enough, you know I don't kiss your butts. I say it because I really mean it. This platform has grown, and there's no place I can go where people don't know my name. And I know it's not just because of me. I know it's because of you good folks who hang out in here, and for you good folks that watch out there. I know that y'all are responsible for it as well. And I want y'all to know, man, that I'm appreciative of all of y'all, man. And y'all have my gratitude, and I thank you. All right? All right. So let's get at it. Like I said, tonight on The League, my man, Lil Big Nate, or Big Nate, as I refer to him as, squares off with my brother from Chicago, AJ, seeing red. One of my debaters are here already. I'm just waiting for my other debater and my timekeeper before we kick it off. So in the meantime, let me go over some programming notes right quick. Tonight, y'all know we throwing down Little Big Nate versus my man AJ. But Saturday, my brother Jay Shine will be in the house. Life is business. Business is life. My brother Jay Shine will be in here, and y'all already know what it is. When Jay Shine come to town, he burns the place down. So make sure you hear Saturday, 8 p.m. Eastern time, right here on the T.P.O.T. YouTube page. You know my brother Jay Shine will be in the house burning it down. Then next Thursday on DXL, the one and only Dr. T. Hassan Johnson will be in the house. You heard me. Dr. T. Hassan Johnson will be up in here, and we will be talking about the hating on masculinity. So make sure you have your black behinds here Thursday as well, 9:30 p.m. Eastern time, right here on the T.P.O.T. YouTube page. You know, the hit's going to keep on coming, and I'm working on Wednesday night's debate. So keep your eyes open for that as well. Oh, what's good, Counselor Murray? Appreciate that super chat, brother. Appreciate that, man. See, these are the type of folks that I got. They start dropping their coins before the show even starts. This is what I'm talking about, man. Appreciate that, brother. So, I guess we're going to get at it. Brother Nate. All right, I'll put the link in the chat for you, Brother Nate. Anybody else take this link besides Brother Nate, I'm going to block your ass. So don't do it to yourself. Don't do it to yourself. This chat is for Nate only. I mean, this link is for Nate only. Don't do it to yourself. Because right after he take it, I'm going to erase it. All right? All right. So while we waiting for my debaters to come through, go ahead and tell y'all about my day. I went, my wife and myself today, we went and voted. Because, you know, they started early voting here today. So, you know, my wife was like, oh, we need to go ahead and do it. And I mean, the line was a little long, but it wasn't that long. I mean, I took some video and shit. Maybe I'll show it on Saturday, you know, but it wasn't that bad. I mean, we was there maybe, I don't know, maybe an hour. Might have been in line for like an hour, hour and a half. So, you know, we wanted to go ahead, get it out the way, you know, and then get it done with, because I know election day is going to be crazy. And the reason why I'm saying this is because I want y'all to get out there and vote, man. I don't give a shit who you get out there and vote for. Get on out there and vote, man. You know, exercise your right, man. Go in there, hit that button, pull that lever, whatever they make you do, man. Get on out there and do it, man. I mean, that's your voice. That's your part of the political process. And like I always say, man, if you ain't going to take part in it, I don't want to hear your black ass up here complaining. But I see my folks down there. Let me bring them up. Brother AJ. Brother Nate.
What's up? How y'all doing, man? AJ, salute, bro.
What's good with it, man? I'm waiting, my brothers. I'm waiting for my timekeeper. I know he got the link. I hope he shows up, because if I have to keep the time, it's going to be a horrible timekeeping experience. But I'm gonna cue up my clock anyway, just in case. I'll cue it up just in case. So while we sitting here waiting for the rules, this is what we're gonna do. We're gonna go by our regular Wednesday night debate rules. In the beginning, we have 7-minute opening statements. Each debater has 7 minutes to lay out their opening argument and their premise. After that, we go into something called the rebuttal round, where each debater has 5 minutes to rebut. We do that back and forth for a little while. Then we go into something called rapid fire. There's no timekeeper. There's no clock. The debaters engage mono, direct engagement. After rapid fire, we go into closing arguments. Those closing arguments and closing statements are 7 minutes per debater. And after that, we go to the polls. And if the debaters have time, they will take questions from the audience. But those questions must be Cash App or super chatted, or I will not read them. All right. All right. So what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and get started. Let me go ahead and get my clock up, y'all. Go ahead and do that, because Brother KIT, he might be still working. So let me go ahead and do that. All right. There's the clock. So the negative always goes first. So our topic is it all right to leave the community? I believe Brother Nate says no. So he is the negative. So Brother Nate, you will be
I
going
say yes.
first.
I say yes.
Oh, you say yes. You say
Yes.
yes. Okay, my
Yes.
bad. My bad. My bad. You know, I'm old. I'm old. So Brother AJ says no. So here's the negative. God damn it. So Brother AJ, you go first.
All right.
Go ahead, Brother AJ.
I'm ready.
Pull the trigger. Open his baby.
I really don't look at this situation as being like being a negative. Honestly, people know me. I've seen in the comments like me being the devil advocate, because a lot of people know me that I do support the SYSBM movement and with other brothers leaving the community. So I want to make sure I clarify some things that basically for me saying no, I'm looking at it as towards with the black boys with black men. Now, to the black women, don't get mad. But if a lot of people that follow me and know about my videos, is that I do come at the black women, and Brother X know this, the mamas. Everybody know about how I go in on the mamas and the effery. I'm gonna try to keep it clean. I'm gonna try to. I'm probably gonna get upset, but excuse me if I do. The effery that goes along with these women. But my thing is this: is that also I don't want to perceive myself as a hypocrite, because as myself, I'm not really in the community, knowing that I come from Chicago. I still go to Chicago, but yes, I'm in the suburbs. But here in the suburbs, it consists of black families. So I don't want anybody saying, okay, are you in Chicago? Which a lot of people know that I'm not. But at the same time, I still go to the same communities, and I still try to reach out to the black brothers, to the black boys, because also I'm a father myself. And I consider myself pro-black men. That's what I'm all about. And I see a lot of brothers, and I'm not going to say Big Nate, I got to hear him out, but just a lot of other brothers just basically saying they're just leaving the community and just not giving a F. And me, I say I disagree with that, because I'm like, you should always go back. You should always get an olive branch, because you don't know when it comes to these black boys, when it comes to these other black men, to some people they call Pookie and Ray Rays, we don't know the situation, what they've been through. Because if the things I talk about, and when I talk about these households, a lot of them been abused. And sometimes we so quick just because, they on the street corners or they doing this, we so quick to leave them behind without giving them a chance. And my thing is this: why not go back? At least just show them something. I'm not here to try to make anybody a role model, but I'm saying, why not go back and at least try to help? Show yourself, because that's all sometimes it takes, because I had got the same opportunity. It just took for somebody, for I could see when I was going through my situations, a brother came back and reached out and say, hey, I've been to prison. I did my time, got out, and he's successful. He had his own business and everything. So I'm thinking like, okay, why can I do the same? And he basically lay out, he gave me like a little blueprint, like, hey, go through this program and just work your way through it. And basically I was able to uplift myself, get myself out of that effery, and turn back around and go look, help other brothers. But I just see a lot of brothers so quick. And I listen, I don't have any problems with the brothers that do, because it is being here in Chicago. Seriously, I know it's some communities you can't stay in. You have to get out of them. But just to totally just forget about the other brothers, no. And don't get it wrong. I know it's gonna be some brothers that it's gonna be some dudes, I don't call them men, because they program so badly by they mamas, that they can't come out of it. So I get it, So some guys we're going to have to leave behind, but at the same time, there's just some that they just don't know. And to me personally, I feel like a lot of times when I be hearing guys make that rhetoric, speak that, and just say F the community, I have a problem with it. Towards with the women, I don't consider them women's. I call them BBs. I'm not going to go through that. Like I said, go to my channel and you'll see what I'm talking about. But I still see like there's a lot of things still in the community. There's a lot of property. Like I get it. Once they destroy it, I mean, at the same time, that property is still there. You have Mexicans here in Chicago that's coming over, that's taking over, and they're thriving. So I'm like, I feel like a lot of times it's like we're giving up, and I don't think we should have to do that. I think we need to come together. Like I always say, it's strength in numbers, and I feel like it's a defeatist type of talk that I be hearing on here, and I'm just get tired of that. Like we need to come together, make it happen. And basically, if we could show, like, okay, you don't need to be on the corner selling drugs. You don't need to be out here gangbanging. You don't all this effery and dysfunction, dysfunctional ass shit that you was taught in them households. That's not the way. So, and I'll open up with that. If he want the rest of my time, he could have it.
No, 7 minutes will be plenty.
All right. So, okay, you're ceding that time, but you don't want that 140, right, Brother Nate?
No, sir. I'm good. 7 is fine.
Okay. Go ahead and do this here. Y'all got to bear with me, man. I don't usually do this. You know what I'm saying? We have an official timekeeper here at T.P.O.T Media, and I am not him. As you can see, I do a horrible job. But yeah. All right, Brother Nate, 7 minutes on the clock. You are up, sir.
All right.
Pull the trigger.
All right. Appreciate that. Thank you, Xavier, for having me on your platform. Shout out to a fellow single father, AJ. I want to start off with a story. I love the show First 48. I've been watching it for about 10 years now. What they do is they follow a homicide investigation from the moment the homicide happens and the police are called to the scene, and they focus on the first 48 hours when it's the easiest time to solve that murder. The show will follow after the first 48 to the eventual capture of the supposed assailants, the alleged assailants. And sometimes they'll even be able to give information on whether the individuals received a sentence and how long the sentence was. Sometimes they don't. They'll just let you know what they were charged with. About a month and a half ago, there was a episode. It was one of the new episodes where a 23-year-old black man in a project had a $40 Xbox available for sale. He called one of his friends. This friend called his cousin. The cousin wanted to purchase it. The cousin is a 20-year-old black man. All right, so he purchases the $40 Xbox. He takes it home. For whatever reason, it doesn't work. It did not have a hard drive, which is why it was so inexpensive, I guess. But the gentleman that sold it said it's supposed to work. The gentleman that bought it said it didn't. The gentleman that bought it called the gentleman that sold it, and he was irate. He attacked him verbally, whatever. But the gentleman that sold it called his buddy, the cousin of the gentleman that bought it, and asked, "Hey, man, what's going on with your cousin? I mean, he's making threats to me. I told him how it works." And his friend said, "Man, don't worry about it. He just, he flips off like that." So later that evening, the gentleman that sold the Xbox is sitting at the bottom of his stairs in his project community with two other friends, right? And guess who drives up? It's the young man that bought the Xbox. He's in the passenger seat of a car. A friend of his is driving and someone is in the back seat. The two young men aim out of their window and fire into this group of three black men at the bottom of the stairs. The young man that sold the Xbox was hit in the thigh. There was another young man that was his friend just sitting at the bottom of the stairs talking. He was killed. He was shot in the chest and in the stomach, I believe. All this over an Xbox. a $40 Xbox. These are the kind of people that live in these communities, unfortunately. These are the product of single, unwed Black mothers, largely on welfare. You have young men that have absolutely no respect for personal property. They have absolutely no respect for private property, for other people's possessions. They'll break into your car. They'll break into your house. They'll kill you over nothing. Not only do they not respect private people's property, they also don't respect people's lives. They don't respect the work that you've put in to acquire the things that you have. I refuse to live around people like this. I'm not going to do it. I don't care what color they are. Is every boy in that community a killer, a cold-blooded killer like that? No. But unfortunately, that's the culture that exists in many of these communities, many of these Democrat-run Black communities that are not only Democrat-run, they're also run by the mothers that live there. Many women who have largely insisted that men are not important to a family. Many of these women have zero interest in proper Black men, and they have zero interest in qualifying themselves to be with those types of men. It's unfortunate. It's a tragedy, but I'm not going to risk the children that I have sired to stay in a community where my fellow parents see no need to raise their children properly and instill in them the kind of values that could help that community grow and develop and thrive. I'm just not going to do it. I tell you what I will do, though. I'll be happy to help any young Black man that approaches me and wants my assistance. Young Black men who look at that community, look at its dysfunction, look at how chaotic it is, and want no parts of that. None. And their inclination, they see what a failure their mother is. They see what a failure all the people that live in this community are. And they say to themselves, man, I want out of this. I'm not going to sell drugs. I'm not going to get some girl pregnant. I don't want no parts of this madness. I'm going to go find a way to get myself out of the situation. A young man taking the initiative to say, you know what? I just don't want any parts of this. I have innate talents and skills that I got to find out. Once I find them, I got to develop and cultivate them. And then I'll be of value to society too. And I don't need to sit in a place like this. I'm all for helping the young Black men that want better for themselves, but I refuse to wrestle success out of you. I'm not going on to corners where drug dealers are and trying to convince them to get out of this life. They have televisions, they have phones. They travel outside of that economically depressed, crime-ridden community. They see how other people live. They see the suburbs. They see 2-3-story homes. They see people having nice cars sitting in restaurants. Why don't they inquire about how do I get my hands on this? And for those young Black men that do, I am here to assist you, brother. But I'm not coming to save you. You're a man. Men don't need saving. Not proper men. That's it.
All right. That's going to end our opening statement round. So now we go into the rebuttal rounds. Go ahead and do the clock. All right. Brother AJ, you are up, sir. This is the rebuttal round. Pull the trigger.
All right. And my bad. Shout out to you again, man. Little Big Nate, man. Big shout out to you, brother. I was noticing things that you were saying and towards the end, and that's the things that I figured like we was disagreeing on, because a lot of people expect, like when we talk about our Black boys, that they expect towards growing up, say if they was in certain situations or being in like say like a single mother household, that let's just say for example that on TV or like the Cosby Show, that if they look at the Cosby Show, all of a sudden they would be like, okay, well, I want to go to Hill. If we look at what was his Theo, his son, you know, when he went to college and all the other feel good stories that was what was in that sitcom, that they will be like, okay, this is the way to be a man. I find that to be bullshit, because he could sit there and look at that, but when you don't have a father in that damn household leading you to that path, or you don't have the resources leading you to that, I don't see, just because, all right, hey, I see another black man, he's doing well, he's working, that I'm gonna turn around and be like, if I'm in a effed up household, this is what turn around and be like, well, I'm gonna go that route. It doesn't work that way, Big Nate. It doesn't work that way, because if he's been abused in the effed up ass household with an effed up ass fucking mother, most likely he's going to be effed up. Doesn't matter what he see, because that's all he knows. All he knows is the effed up dudes she have in the house, most likely gang bangers or drug dealers and all of that shit. That's in the culture. Let's think about, we could think about rap music. Seriously, in this day and age, really? It don't happen like that. It don't. I mean, the best thing they probably could do when they go into school to see the bus driver that's black turn around and be like, okay, well, the best I could probably be is the bus driver. It's no lawyers and doctors that be there to sit there, that be at these boys' school sitting there promoting this shit. You don't see that, especially in these households. I've seen it with my own eyes, Big Nate. Very smart brothers, young brothers, my friends, mothers abusing them, talking down to them all day, every day, for no effing reason at all. It just don't come out of nowhere. It's just it's not going to be no pixie dust and turn around. Oh, okay, this is the route to turn around and be a man. It don't work that way. Sometimes it's going to take for them to F up. It's going to take for them to turn around, go out there and sell them drugs. It's going to take for them to go to prison. But then it could be certain individuals, like I said, you don't have to stay there. Yeah, you should leave. I don't expect anybody to stay there. I said that. But at the same time, just a lot of brothers are leaving and just basically just saying, F it all together. No, I'm saying go back. I'm not for to wait for them to come to me. I'm not. Now I get it. I'm not for to either just go up to them and berate them like, oh, no, you got to block. No. But when I do go back there, Big Nate, I be having on my work uniform and I'm just standing there. So when they do come to me and they say, hey, man, AJ, bro, where you work at? I'm there. So they don't have to see it through a lens or a TV or a YouTube video, which I don't got any problem with that, because honestly, that saved me. YouTube, a YouTube creator actually saved me. But still, I could at least go there and be in the flesh. And I'm not saying you can do it from afar. I'm not saying that's not a problem. But damn, like a lot of black men, I'm saying that just they turning they back completely, and we have to stop that. How are we going to keep this shit? How are we going to keep it going? Seriously, how are we going to do this? Because they're not getting taught that. They're not getting taught in their household. They're not getting taught at school. But we expect them all of a sudden to just turn around and be men? That's BS. Come on, Big Nate. We got to, I don't know. And that's what makes me so upset, And I get it. Some eventually learn, but some don't. Some have lost their lives. Some are locked up for life. But that's losing more black boys, which could be more productive black men. We need to stop this shit. Some way to at least try. And I'm willing to try. I'm done. I could see my time.
All right. Let me get 5 minutes on the clock.
Well, I mean, Xavier, he said shit 3 times. Is that
Well, the Wednesday and Thursday night debates, the rules are a little loose.
Hey, I'm sorry.
Yeah, you can curse.
Bro, if you're telling me I can cuss, let's go.
Absolutely, you can curse. Profanity is allowed.
I didn't know I could cuss.
Hold on.
I was trying, man. My apologies.
The Wednesday and Thursday debate rules are different from the Obsidian versus the World rules, because Obsidians go is going against an infinite number of people, so we have to have a little bit more structure. He doesn't know what you're going to come up and say. These debates are planned, they're scheduled, so everybody knows what they're going to do. So the rules are a little more lax. So you don't have to hold your tongue as much.
I did not know. Now I know, and we good.
All right,
let's go.
Absolutely,
let's go.
Pull the trigger, brother Nate.
All right, AJ. You said something in your initial statement about black men being defeatist and how that upsets you. Yet you're making excuses for defeatist behavior. These men know what they're doing is wrong. These men know what they're doing leads nowhere. According to Statista.com, in 2019, there were 7,484 black murders. 95% of those murders were done by black people. And I'd be willing to bet that the vast majority of those murders happened, in the type of communities we're talking about. Look, every individual is responsible for themselves. If black people took that position, we could change the trajectory of our community within a decade. Everything could be different. Our mentality is that we're waiting on people to do things for us. A lot of these young men are waiting for somebody to come save them. A lot of these mothers are waiting for somebody to come save their sons and their daughters. Many of these mothers are so horrible, they will lose all of their sons to violence. Like F.B. Duck's mom did. All three of her sons murdered on the streets of Chicago. But she's a strong black woman, and she's celebrated for being able to get through all of the death and destruction in her life of all of her boys. They're all dead now. And somehow I'm supposed to come along and devote my limited resources of time and finance to somehow fixing these people's problems. I'm just not going to do it, sir. I have a drop dead gorgeous 19-year-old daughter, little light-skinned girl. Okay. If I lived in these communities, the boys in this community would destroy her. She may even invite them in to destroy her because of the culture that permeates in these communities. God forbid my 22-year-old son come to the defense of his sister, or I come to the defense of his sister. There's a good chance I'm going to die also. My son practices Muay Thai and Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. He would literally have no problem probably whooping the hell out of anybody that would disrespect his sister. But there is a substantial chance that those young men will come back with firearms and kill him, and also kill any child or anyone else that's hanging around him as they hold their handgun sideways, because that's what's cool. I am not devoting my time to people who do not want better. My job is not to sit there and convince you that you should want better. I will, however, help those that know that they want better and are looking for means to become better people, to become productive. You approach me at the gas station, you ask me the right questions, I'll be absolutely happy to help you. These people, when we talk about giving them quote unquote help, they've been given help for the past 60 years. AFDC, assistance for assistance for families with children. It was part of the 1935 Social Security Act by FDR. It was originally for mothers who were widowed. Their husbands have died. Husbands died in war. That's what it was originally for. Later, it was given to, well, let's talk about what it was given today. It's given to women, unwed mothers without children. And all that money does is subsidize the birth of more unwed children. Of more children to unwed mothers. That's all the subsidies do. Whatever the government subsidizes, they get more of. Okay? There is a culture of death, dependency. There is a culture in many Black communities that is anti-intellectual, that is anti-hard work, anti-sacrifice. I'm not going to live or try to deal with people in a community where everyone's looking to finesse, to manipulate, and get over on people. Those traits are the traits these young men picked up from their mothers. And they're going to have to be the ones that have to decide what kind of life they want. And once they do, I'll be happy to help those that want better. Those that don't, they'll be left to perish.
All right. Let me go ahead and reset the clock. But before we go back to the next rebuttal round, I have to go ahead and get on my audience for a second, folks. Now, there's a button down there. Well, actually, there's two of them. One of them points thumbs up. The other one points thumbs down. I'd prefer you hit the one that thumbs up. But if you feel the need to hit the one that thumbs down, that's fine too. But hit some damn button. I mean, it only takes a second, folks. And just go ahead and do it. Because if you don't, I will haunt your old black ass mama in her dreams. So if you don't want me floating over mama's bed tonight, hit that damn like button. Now back to our already scheduled programming, already in progress. All right, 5 minutes on the clock. We left off with Brother Nate. Brother AJ, pull the trigger, brother.
All right. Now I noticed, like I said before, I knew we was going to have like the same talking points because I wasn't trying to emphasize with the black female, because I knew we was going to have the same agreements when it comes to that. I wasn't looking at it from that standpoint, Big Nate. What you getting mixed up of my talking point is that when I'm talking about the programming. Now I get it. Yes, it is the destruction of the single family home, the welfare. We could keep going in circles with that. I don't disagree with that at all. But what I'm saying is that's just not going to happen. You know, a lot of these brothers these young men are very, very heavily programmed. You know, they're very heavily dysfunctional. I like I say, I don't disagree with that at all. So that's why I kind of didn't want to, keep, going off that talking point. My talking point is this, like you said, I don't have a problem with people leaving. I don't have a problem with that. You're right. You have a daughter, you have a son, you have every right to leave if you feel you have to do that to protect them. I don't have a problem with that. All I'm saying that is brothers are turning their backs, period, and not going back. I could tell somebody with your knowledge and your intelligence could help a lot of brothers, Big Nate. But you still have a lot of brothers that just say, I'm just not going to be bothered. They have to come to me. How can they come to you? They've been programmed in that effed up household. They don't know. That's what I'm saying. But I mean, this is a start because our voices here now on YouTube. But other than YouTube, you just got brothers that just leave and just say F it, period. And that's why I have a problem with. No. We still could go back and say, hey, we made it. We did something with ourselves. You don't have to live this life. F the way you was told in that household. F that. And I do agree with you. As they do become men, they go feel some way. Because they gonna be like, whatever she said, the upbringing she gave him, in the way he's gonna know it's wrong. And that's how you start deprogramming them. But just to say F them all together, I mean, what can we do? Because here in Chicago, you want to bring up stats, and I don't disagree with you. Yeah, it's a lot of killings going on, and I see it every day. And I go to work, and I look at the news. But that's more black men losing their lives. So if it's less of us, how can we make something happen, Big Nate? We're minusing. We're not plussing. And that's all I'm saying. That's why I started off in the beginning. Strength comes in numbers. So yes, some of them brothers that I could save, I feel like I want to save them. I need them. But the ones that I can't, hey. But I'm like, what are we doing? Like, seriously, what are we doing? I mean, at least try. I mean, I just see a lot of brothers just saying F it, like, period. And that's one thing I don't agree with. Now, when it comes to these women, I said I don't care. I don't. Once they choose welfare and all that other nonsense, hey, they want to stick with the culture, let them stay there. They could fucking burn with the community. I could care less about that. But some of these other brothers, I see it daily. It's just they just need to be deprogrammed. And it doesn't hurt the least to even just talk to them for a second. You just don't know. You don't know what you're going to get out of that. I think so many brothers so quick when they go to the community thinking like if you talk to a brother, like you go get shot, or like you were saying, like a situation could happen. You don't know that. Like why we stop trying as men? Seriously, listen. I get it. It's effed up. I get it. But I'd be damned if I let that shit scare me. I'm sorry. I have 2 sons. So should I be scared of my son's friends when they out there in the goddamn city? No. I'd be damned. I would be damned. But I also would be a fool to say, yeah, I know it's effed up. That I know. All I'm saying, I'm not giving up. I'm not. And I'm going to do whatever it takes because it's not about me. It's about the ones that's coming up after me.
All right. We're going to finish this round, right? Then we're going to do one more round. Then we're going to go to rapid fire. All right, brothers?
Cool.
All right. Brother Nate, 5 minutes on the clock. Pull the trigger.
AJ, I don't owe anybody anything. I owe my mortgage company. I owe my children. I'm obligated to them to raise them. My resources, the most valuable of which is time, second is money, goes to building them up. That's where it goes. I am not obligated to give my time or money to anyone else. And if Black people would simply adopt this philosophy, we wouldn't have all of these children that need all of this assistance. All you're doing is wiping up the blood around the wound. You're not addressing the wound. Not right now. I know you're on your platform, you do, but you're not addressing it right now. We have a mind of welfare in the Black community. I'm sorry. Of collectivism, of socialism, of what's in it for me. We drive our best and our brightest out of the Black community. We mock them, we insult them, we beat them until they run. The little Black boy that would rather read his Harry Potter book in the bleachers than play basketball is ostracized and disrespected and ends up having to leave. I don't know them little Negro boys who don't know how to act nothing. Beautiful little Black girl in class uses proper English. She's ridiculed and disrespected as trying to be white. She leaves. What needs to be worked on is a changing of the culture. I don't believe that walking up to a young man that's been selling dope for several years now and me having a conversation with him is going to do that much good. I believe that people can change when they want better. They have to want better. I can't beat the desire for better into them. I cannot talk the desire for better into them. I can't do it. I don't have the time. I don't have the ability to do it. I'm not going to do it. But if a brother approaches me, you got to meet me. You want access to what I have? You want access to the knowledge I have? You approach me like an intelligent young man, and I will give it to you. I'll do everything within my power. I'll talk to the shops I know. I can get you a job detailing. I can get you an apprenticeship learning auto damage repair. I can do all that for you. And I've offered that to young Black men that I'm an auto damage appraiser. I drive around and do claims. I've offered that to young black men over the last 18 years. I've given them business cards. Not one of them has taken me up on it. According to you, AJ, I'm supposed to knock on their door after they don't call me after a year, go in their house, pull them out of their bed or take them away from whatever they're doing, and just continue to focus on them until they want better for themselves. I'm not wasting my time doing that. You introduce me to young men that want better for themselves, I'm down with you. I'm not going into ghettos and economically depressed communities begging these guys to want better for themselves. They have access to the internet. All of them do. They have access to all the information that all of us have access to, thanks to the internet. Their phone is a supercomputer. All of them have phones. Instead of watching the latest beef rap or nonsense rap video, learn about investing in real estate. Take some of that money and begin to do something positive with it. I shouldn't have to find you and convince you of this. Do you want better or don't you? You, me, none of us owe any of these people anything, just like none of them owe me anything. Get out of the mindset that people are supposed to be coming to save you. No one is. You're going to have to save yourself. That's for me. That's for my children. That's for all the children in these communities. That's for the women who have birthed these children and failed them. That's also for the women who chose the men that decided to have absolutely no interest in the development and cultivation of those children. It is on them, not me. And me not wanting to be in these communities for my safety and for the safety of my children. You cannot mock that. You cannot insult that. You talked about fear. Fear can keep you safe. Fear will prevent you from going into some place you have no business going in. Fear keeps women from getting raped by going into situations they have no business in. Fear is healthy and fear can be good.
All right. Y'all excuse that train noise in the background if y'all can hear it. God damn it. I live close to the train tracks. Brother AJ, 5 minutes on the clock. Pull the trigger, brother.
All right. You're taking this out of context, because I'm not saying that, I expect for any, especially a person like you, Big Nate, to come in and be Jesus. So let's kind of get this straight. I'm not putting the Jesus complex out there or trying to tell black men that, who's able to become successful to come back and go tap on a drug dealer arm that's on the corner to say, hey, let me talk to you. No, that is not what I'm saying. No, all I'm saying is if you go back and you said it out your mouth, that men, they would know. And they do know when they see somebody successful. They probably, and I do agree with you, they do know that they're doing wrong. But if they could just have that figure there, they probably would just come to you and come to ask you to say, hey, because that doesn't happen to me. I don't go around and tap on these dudes and go ask questions and say, hey, here's my business card. This is what you need to do, to get off the corner. I don't do that. Like I told you before, when I go around there, I just stand there, or I go visit old friends, and they see that. And it just some, not all, because like I say, some you can't deprogram them. I agree with that, Big Nate. I get it. Some are going to be just stuck under their mother, dysfunctional mother, nipple. And some just go, hey, we just got to throw them away. Unfortunately, but even with that, the ones you throw away seem like those the ones doing the most damage. But still, that's something else. But there are some that could even be like them that you could turn around and deprogram, because they see it's an image. It's something now they could see other than what they be seeing in the goddamn household, other than they be seeing over there on the corner every goddamn day, other than the other dysfunctional other motherfuckers they see every day. That's all I'm saying. Now, do I expect for you to be living? No. If it's violent, no, get out of there. Seriously. Like I said, get to the chopper. Yeah, get out of there. Seriously. Because I don't want anybody to get hurt. You doing what you're supposed to do. No, you shouldn't be scared, going home at night when you just got off working whatever hours. I don't want that for anybody, man or woman. No, I'm not saying that. And I'm not trying to say anybody to be a savior. I'm not saying that either. But all I'm saying is this: it doesn't hurt to turn around probably just one day. You go over there and no, if it's violent, don't know. No, because I don't want anybody to get hurt. But I'm just saying me and what I have done and what I have accomplished. I'm just saying that it's possible. That's all I'm saying. It is. Because I was able to turn around multiple young guys' lives around just for me just being there with my uniform on. And I didn't go tap on anybody. I would never do that. But I get it. I get it. Because me personally, people will, they could come down on me because, yeah, I was that Pookie. I was. I said this plenty of times. I was on them corners. So I don't have any problem with anybody that, you done it right. You should, if you done it right, yeah, get your ass out that. If it's an F-up situation, get out of there. Yes. But it doesn't hurt to come back and just try. I'm not asking you to come. No, don't go tap on nobody on no corner. I would never tell anybody to do no shit like that. Don't go knocking on somebody's door. No. You just don't know. But I'm just saying a grassroots type of thing. If there's a program, probably you could go speak or something. I'm just saying, just to have your presence there. And it's just like I don't really see too many black men doing that. It's just once they come up, they once they leave, they don't come. It's just like they're done, period. And that's the only thing I'm arguing about. Because all I'm saying is them black boys need to see that. Even after all that fuckery and all that nonsense they've been through, being in these households, maybe that could help. Just maybe. And that's all I'm saying, Big Nate. I could see my time.
All right. Five minutes on the clock. Brother Nate, you're up, sir. Pull the trigger.
Yeah, AJ. I understand what you're saying. I comprehend it completely. No problems whatsoever. The only problem is if that's how you feel, then you should be the one doing it. Again, nothing is owed to anybody. If these young men want better for themselves, it's up to them to begin to take the steps to get better for their lives. The culture, Black American culture, is the most self-sabotaging and self-destructive culture that there is. And the place where Black American culture permeates the most is in these low-income communities. It is a culture of welfare. It is a culture of dependency. It is a culture of manipulation. It's a culture of maniacal leveling up and taking advantage of people, always looking to take advantage of people. Always looking to take advantage of people's kindness, always looking to take advantage of these government programs. How many of these women use these programs to get themselves into a better condition? How many of them? You can save some of these boys, but until you deal with these women, which means cutting off, so many people want more programs. It's not more programs that's the answer. The answer is cutting off programs. The answer is young women not being able to say, well, I'm pregnant and I barely know who the daddy is. I can either go abort the child. I won't do that. Why do that when I can just go and get on public assistance and get my SNAP card, get my $50 apartment, get my free phone, get cash assistance, get Medicaid. I can get all this for having this baby. I don't love this baby. I don't really want this baby. I'm not going to be concerned about how this baby grows and what it develops into. I'm just going to, I'll wing it. I'll get my government assistance. The things that my government assistance doesn't pay for, I'll finagle and finesse. And then, I'll raise my boys and my girls in this environment, and they will grow up to be completely dysfunctional human beings who kill each other over $40 used Xboxes. There's too many incidents of this happening. Why can't these people see the hell that they're in and begin to make steps to want to get out of it? You tell me you got 10, 15, 20 young boys that want books, that want mentorships. I would probably be there. There's a good chance I'd be there as long as I have the time. But unless you show me young men that want better for themselves, I'm not wasting my time, dude. When you keep saying, go back, fine. You encourage the men who want to think like you to go back. Go ahead and put yourself at risk. Go ahead and not only put your safety at risk, but put yourself at risk for being manipulated and used, because many of these young men are quite adept at using and manipulating people. Remember who they grew up under. They're wonderful mothers. And again, somehow I'm supposed to be able to go back and make these young men's lives better. Like I said, I'm an auto damage appraiser. Been doing it since 2002. When I go into these communities, and I go into them multiple times a week, I have to go look at a car in a project, in a ghetto, and write an estimate on it. And oftentimes what I used to do, I go in there, I clear my mind, I'm gonna show these brothers respect. Some 28-year-old dude with his Grand Marquis on 24-inch rims or whatever that I gotta go write an estimate on. So I pull up to the house, I pull up to the project or the trailer, and I got my computer under my arm. I walk up. There might be a few of them sitting on the steps. I say, hey, bro, I'm Mr. Such and Such. I'm here to write an estimate on your car. Brother follows me to the car. I pull out my equipment. I'm trying to pique his interest because I would like for him to ask questions about it. Several other brothers over the past 18 years would. I would show them the job. I would spend maybe 20, 30 minutes after I'm done talking to them about the job. I can look in their face. They're excited. They're thinking about it. Man, I could actually probably do something like that. Give them my business card. Not only do they have my number on the business card, but also on the estimate. I never get a call. In 18 years, I've never gotten a call. Thank you.
All right. Now we go into the rapid fire round. And as everyone knows, there is no clock, no timekeeper. The debaters go head to head, mano y mano. We left off with Brother Nate, Brother AJ. Pull the trigger. This is rapid fire.
Okay, so I noticed you keep talking about tours with the culture, like also what you said a little what you call it rounds back towards with most of these cities are democratic, right? So wouldn't mostly instead of the culture, wouldn't it be the policy that we need to change?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. You know why? Because you could change policy tomorrow. Policy changes tend to take decades to change behavior.
Right.
Let me finish. You could end abortion today. You could outlaw abortion today. It's going to be decades before women stop going to get abortions.
Right. But hold on.
No, go ahead.
But don't you think towards like, okay, let's go off welfare, because that also plays a part to this culture and behavior. But that also have something to do with policy. So if we was to come together as men and say we don't want to accept that and change the law with the welfare, you don't think that would change the behavior?
Not increasing these programs, cutting them. We have to cut welfare. Women have to know that they have no options.
Exactly.
If you get pregnant, you are going to suffer. Have reverence for your vagina, have reverence for your womb, and stop playing games with your life. Cut the goddamn programs. Make it so that they have nowhere to run. There's no one that's going to subsidize your terrible behavior and your horrible decisions. Nobody.
But let me ask you this. So if we keep separating ourselves, like how you're saying that you're over here and I'm over here, how the hell we gonna be able to do that?
This is the problem, AJ. You're thinking in this massive collective way, this macro way, when things don't happen on a macro level. You change individuals.
That's what I'm talking about. Right.
You keep talking.
Exactly. So, but no, what is you talking about? Because you're not talking about doing that. I'm talking about doing that. What individuals are you talking about changing?
I'm talking about changing the lives of the individuals that want better for themselves.
Okay,
that's what I'm talking about changing. Unfortunately, most of these people do not want better for themselves. AJ, they don't. They are happy with their welfare. They are happy with their government assistance. They are happy with what they have.
No, Nate. I'm not gonna let you do this shit. No. Who is happy?
I mean, you can try to stop me, but go ahead.
The black women, I agree with you. Yeah. But do you really think them black men, them black boys that's getting abused in them homes are happy? Are you kidding me? No.
No. What they do is they go out and they take their abuse and they abuse other people with it.
I agree.
That's often what they do.
Agree with you on that. But okay, so
they're going to have to decide that they don't want that type of existence. They have to make that decision.
But no. What you mean make that decision? At least
they have to make the decision that they want better for themselves.
It don't work that way, Big Nate. It doesn't.
It doesn't work that way. It works that way with people and individuals that understand they're responsible for their behavior. Those are the people it works with.
Okay, so that's basically just saying, like, when you think about a child, right? All of a sudden, a child is supposed to know how to walk, right? Because it's at a certain age, right? That's what
a child will learn how to walk by themselves with no parent. They absolutely will. A child will hoist themselves up on the bed
with no guidance.
A child will hoist themselves up on the closest thing they can, and they will learn how to walk. You think if they don't get taught how to walk, they're never going to walk? Are you serious?
No, I didn't say that.
No, that's exactly what you said.
No, I didn't. No, hold on, because maybe it would take longer. Other than if we
it will take longer, but the person will still learn how to walk.
I'm not. That's my point. You just made my point. That's what I'm saying. Maybe it takes longer, Big Nate. That's what I'm saying.
But it takes longer. But it's still up to the initiative of the individual to want better. You gotta want better for yourself. I can't want it for you. Period.
I'm not saying that, but damn, all I'm saying is you don't have to turn your back.
I haven't turned my back. Like I said, for 18 years I've been giving out cards and telling brothers that I can help them. And I haven't gotten one call in 18 years.
I really wasn't trying to say you. I'm just saying in general. That's what because that's why I said. I see a lot of brothers that's doing that. That's my point.
Okay, so all these brothers are doing it, AJ, and we still have massive amounts of young black men committing murders, robberies, and all this other shit. If you don't cut off the goddamn hole in the dam, you're never going to stop this problem. And the way you stop it is you cut off the goddamn assistance instead of increasing it. Cut off everything. Let them live in a desolate, broken place, and those that want out, we will help them out. Those that don't want out, those pariahs that survive off being a virus off these other people, let them die. That's my position.
Yeah, but how do you cut off these programs? It's going to take policy.
No. Cutting programs, cutting laws is not instituting new ones. When you want to put new laws on top of all these old bad ones, all you're going to do is make a bunch of jobs for a bunch of shitty lawyers. That's all you're going to do. It's time to cut this shit. Mm-hmm. That's what needs to be done. And once you take away these goddamn these safety nets for these women, and it's not just the fucking women, god damn it. You got piece of shit niggas out here that live off the welfare of these women. These fucking loser ass niggas that go from fat single mother's house to fat single mother's house to fat single mother's house, living off their fucking welfare. All of these niggas need to be cut.
But I guarantee you, Big Nate, like you say, but I guarantee he was raised by a fat big mother that was on welfare. That's why. Like I say, they program. They're programmed.
They're programmed.
They don't know
They're
no
programmed. Hey, O'Shea Lennox, bring your ass up here. You effeminate fucking punk. Bring your ass up here. You want to insult me? Insult me to my face.
Yeah,
you
man.
Fucking coward.
Don't do
That's
that, man.
You, sir.
Yeah,
no,
don't,
fuck
no,
that shit. I'm not tolerating anymore.
No, I agree. I'm like, y'all don't do that, man. Don't
fucking coward.
Do that.
Bring
shit.
your bitch ass up here, boy. I'll handle you myself. Now, I said, sir,
go ahead.
I said, AJ, you want to devote your time to help people that have not demonstrated they want better. Mm-hmm. Number one, I guarantee you the majority of your time is going to be wasted because they're not going to take advantage of whatever you're trying to do for them. But you come across some young black men that say, I want better, AJ. I want to know about what you do. I want to know about how you got to where you are. Those are the young men you can help. Those are the young men who deserve your time.
Hold up 1 second. Y'all know what kind of policy I got up in here. Do not insult my freaking debaters. Do not do it. Don't insult my debaters, my moderators. If you got people out there and they insult my damn debaters, time them out. If they do it again, block them. Give them one chance only. One chance. You time them out to let them know what's going on. They do the shit again, block them. Carry on, brothers.
Go ahead, AJ.
No, but like I told you before, Big Nate, like I had a feeling like we was going to have mostly the same talking points. I knew this. I knew this was going to happen. Like when we had this discussion before, I'm just going off just from that point. The only thing I'm going from, Big Nate, I do agree with you. Like I say, I do. But the only thing I'm saying, strength become we listen. I get it, man. I get it. Maybe
if you get it, AJ, then what's our problem? I say we help the young men and young women that want help. I say let the rest of them perish. Let them fail, let them fall, let them starve. And then maybe the starving, the suffering, the pain will be a catalyst for them to want better. But you cannot beat better into people. You can't do it.
All right. I mean,
that's just my position, man. That's just my position.
I've seen I'm much of it too, because from now we'll be keep going in circle, and people keep saying like I'm not trying to save everybody. It's not no Jesus complex here. No, I ain't putting nobody on the cross for these.
So do you want? So what type of black men do you want to help?
I'm just saying the ones that can be deprogrammed.
Deprogrammed. Oh, Jesus, man. Deprogrammed. Okay, so their mother's program, their toxic ghetto culture program them. Fine. The ultimate deprogramming is seeing other people in our American society living so much better than them and them wanting better. I'm sorry, man. These dudes leave these communities. They go to the mall to buy their Jordans, to get their tattoos, to get their Gucci fucking belt buckles. And they see other people living better and they don't want it. They love their reps. They love their reputations. They love having access to all this cheap, worthless fucking vagina. They love it. And you think you're gonna go save them? Well, go ahead and do it, bruh. Make your move. The only people I'm interested in helping are the people who have clearly said, I want no parts of this life. I don't want any parts of it. These niggas are not gonna listen to you. They're gonna listen to you when they're making whatever they're making every day on the corner. They're gonna listen to you. They're gonna say, you're gonna say, hey man, I can show you how to make $40,000, $50,000 starting off. And they know guys that are making that in a week. And they're not gonna listen to you, bro. These people are going to have to suffer. They have to see their friends die. They have to see the lack of opportunity that surrounds them, and they have to want better for themselves.
But
that's the end of it.
That's what I was saying. Probably gonna take them longer to walk. That's all I was saying.
So when they're ready, cool. When whatever time they're ready, cool. But it's on them.
I'm not forcing it. That's all I'm saying. But I'm what see, Big Nate, where you keep getting me mixed up at, I'm just saying you have brothers that say F it altogether. And that's what I'm saying. No,
that's not me. That's not me. But at the end of the day, AJ, they have a right to say that. Every man has a right to live his life the way he wants.
But
as
that's
long as he's not infringing on anybody else.
But see, that was basically our disagreement. That's what I'm saying. I don't listen. Like I say, get out of there. I don't have any problem with that. But damn, it's, just to say F it all together, no, because
that's those brothers' opinion, and they have every right, especially if they grew up being mistreated and abused as one of the smart children.
That's what I feel. But see, maybe them brothers could reach them brothers better.
Oh, so a brother who was ridiculed, ostracized, was never given an opportunity with the women, was just constantly degraded and disrespected, lives a great life, and is supposed to come back to help the very people that shit on.
Oh no,
see,
you
that's
keep
illogical.
You know it's not my logic, because see, you keep getting me mixed up. No, what you mean, peoples? I say I'm pro-black men to help the men. I don't care about the women, them broads. I'm sorry, I don't at all. No,
well, I'll be honest. There are certain women that I do care about.
F them.
We disagree. There are certain women I do care about. There are women.
Hey, that's cool. That's cool.
There are women that see the carnage that is Black American female culture and want no part of it. There's a growing number of Black women that actually want instruction from men like me, men like the men they see in the sphere.
We're not going to do that in the what, because not all. I mean, I can say that all day.
I'm very precise.
I can say that. No, I'm talking about these households that consist of these bras that's leading these households with these kids that's abusing them.
Not all these boys are abused, AJ. Not all these boys are abused. Plenty of these boys.
There's a lot of them. Big Nate.
Plenty of these boys decide to go out and participate in death culture. That's what they want. That's what they do.
No, I'm not familiar.
All the 7,500 murders, where did they come from?
Okay, but you want to bring up stats? I guarantee you, if you look it up, most of them boys come from a single mother household.
The vast majority of them do.
Okay,
and you don't solve that problem. You don't solve that problem by going to save a bunch of wayward teenage boys. You solve that problem by cutting off the assistance to these women. That's how you will solve it. Period. You make them make a choice.
Okay, so that consists of what? You're gonna need numbers. You're gonna need more Black men to turn around and say, hey, we're tired of this.
And that's why the manosphere is growing in influence, growing in subscribers, growing in support. That's exactly what we're doing.
Okay, but I'm saying, hey, but who are you reaching? Because you're reaching other brothers that probably just didn't know any better, that's seeing it from, like I say, it could be from afar, from YouTube, that say, hey, damn, I like what them brothers talking about. And now they starting to look at their mother and look at their community like this is some bullshit. That's what I mean by deprogramming them. Big Nate. That's all I'm saying, bro.
But they're taking the initiative to deprogram themselves. You just proved my point by listening to proper Black men.
No,
that's what they're doing.
What I said, it took them longer to walk, though. That's what I'm saying.
I don't know why you keep bringing up this long thing. I don't care when somebody decides they want better. They can decide they want better at 17. They can decide they want better at 25. I don't give a shit. As long as they want better, those are the men we can reach and help. The others are on their own. I'm sorry. You got to want better. I'm not going to wrestle better out of you. Period.
I'm not saying that. Like I said,
that is what you're saying.
No, it's not. No, it's not. No, it's not. Not at all. Because like I told you once again, I don't expect nobody had to be the Jesus or come down there and touch on them and save them and turn around. They're going to be a good person. No, it's not. Not at all.
Your message to me.
Ideology. I did not say that, Big Nate. Not at all.
I didn't say that's what you said. I didn't say that's what I said. That's what I get from your message. That's the overall perspective I'm getting from you, that you want these men who have left to come back and try to convince these young fellas not to do what they're doing. I'm
No,
saying that's not going to
not
work.
at all. Not at all. No,
Okay.
not no. Convince them? No, not at all.
You're going to have to
I'm just
convince
saying
them.
no, you don't. Who say
Okay.
anything about convincing them?
Okay.
I didn't never say that. Come on now. I didn't say that. I say you could be that image.
If you're not convincing them, how are you going to help them?
No,
If you don't convince them, AJ, how do you help them?
Big Nate, you're that image. Did you
AJ, how do you help them if you don't convince them?
Finish, Big Nate. Let me finish. Because I say be that image. Because like I told you, I went over there with my uniform. Some of them brothers already knew I used to be one of them on the street corners. Now they see me with a job uniform, getting out of damn decent car. They was kind of like, oh, I remember he used to be on these corners. Now look at him. I didn't have to say shit to them. Not a damn word. I'm
okay,
the
so
image.
Okay, but how many of these guys from that one encounter totally changed their lives, AJ? Come on. Let's be serious, man.
I get it. And I'm not sitting up here trying to write down like, okay, I got him to change. I got him to change. No.
Well, maybe you would want to bring them up here because we would need to see and talk to them.
No.
Because it's hard to believe that one interaction is going to change these dudes' lives like that.
No. All they take is one, just like it took was the same way for me to change. All they took was one, Big Nate. Damn. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, AJ, what did that one man have to do for you? Explain, please.
It's just, okay, hey, it was the image. It was the image.
It was the image.
He got out of prison.
Did he mentor you?
Turn his life around.
Did he mentor you? Did he take you out to eat?
Mentor me. It was just basically saying, hey, if you, like they say, because before, because I was a felon. So it was like what I was hearing, can't get a job, can't get a good job. You can't be a business owner. You basically can't make anything out of yourself other than going back on them streets.
So you saw this gentleman and you appreciated his image, and then you made a decision to change, right?
Well, I know I could change.
So you made a decision to change, correct?
Right. It took that image. I said, okay, I know. I didn't have to. He had to come tap on me, or I had to go tap on him, knowing that we did have a discussion. It was just like, all right, cool.
And that's awesome, AJ. And hopefully there's many other brothers like that.
No, let me explain something to you, because that's what I mean by deprogramming. And then you coming from effed up fucking households. I can at least say I didn't come from that. But society already was saying, oh, you got a felony, you can't be shit. Especially, it's like it's double the whammy. Because not only I got a felony, I'm a black man. And just for to become a father on top of that.
I got to be honest with you, AJ, being a black man is not that big of a deal anymore as far as it holding you back. I
agree. I'm saying, just society tell you, Big Nate, not to cut you off. That's what at the time they were saying. Like it's a double whammy. I totally agree with that. No, I don't go off skin color. No, but just back then, yeah. And I'm like, but no, here it is, a guy getting out of prison, because I didn't go to prison. But he did some time, and he was able to get out and reinvent himself. Why the fuck why can't I do it?
Well, you did it. And that's a wonderful story. And I hope you promulgate that story all over this space. But ultimately, you decided you wanted better. And it took you from what you said is seeing what this man was able to do with his life. That's wonderful. These other young boys are going to have to do the same thing. And what you won't acknowledge the fact you keep telling men to come back here and convince these boys to change. Otherwise, you would agree with me. Otherwise, AJ, you would agree with me that the men that want better, they should be helped. The men that want better should be helped. That's at the end of it all. That's what it all comes to.
No, I'm just saying, one help that is there. We are there. Like, I'm not saying to convince them. Convince who? No. But I'm saying if they want the change, the help will be there. And I get what you're saying. You're trying
the help
to say,
is there, AJ.
Right.
Many of them don't want it.
No, but not
help
really.
There, AJ. Many of them don't want it.
Where is there?
Oh my God, there's programs galore. What are you talking about?
Okay.
I wish I would have done my research on there's programs galore.
Programs for black men. Ain't no programs for no damn black men. It's for black women.
There are programs for poor.
Name one. Name one. That's mainly for black men.
Pre-K. Pre-K. Government funded pre-K. I just did. You want me to name some more?
Yeah, you need to.
You want me to name some more? There's after-school programs all over the damn country.
Ain't no programs for these black men, for these black boys.
Okay.
Ain't none.
There's none.
It ain't none.
But you're against the defeatist attitude. Gotcha.
Ain't no defeatist?
You're against the defeatist attitude. You just said there's nothing.
I'm not. No, you know
you
what?
You just said there's nothing when there's plenty of programs.
You know it is. It's something. It's me. It's me. Come back there. It is.
Plenty of programs out there, bro.
It's me. It's the image. I can sit there and show them. You can get out of this shit.
There's plenty of programs out there, bro. There are plenty of mentoring programs. I've seen YouTube videos of them all over the country. Black men showing up the first day of school with, black and white men showing up to greet all the young men coming to the first day. There's so many damn programs. You have to work the damn program.
A public school setting? Are you kidding me? A public school setting.
Bruh, AJ,
why you think they be failing?
I name the programs and you say that they're no good. I name the programs and you boo-hoo it. You say it's nothing.
Boo-hoo it because that's bullshit. It's probably
and that's the response of people that aren't prepared. That's the response of people that aren't prepared. It's bullshit. That's bullshit. That's bullshit.
All right. Okay.
That's the response of people that aren't prepared, AJ.
Okay.
There are programs out there.
Okay.
There's billions of dollars of programs that have been out there for the last 6-7 decades to help people in poverty. Many of the people don't take advantage of them, and those that do take advantage of them, they take advantage of them.
No, it's the people who have the program taking advantage of the people that's in the program. You talking about grant like these? All they looking for the goddamn grants, man, for the money, man. They don't think about these black boys. They don't care about these black boys.
Victims and their doomed.
Schools, just like
they're
this
education.
They don't
just
care
acknowledge
about
that they're victims and they're doomed, AJ.
Okay.
They're victims and they're doomed.
Okay, cool.
They're victims and they're doomed.
Okay, all right.
They can't take the initiative to make the changes in their life to improve. They're doomed.
Yep. No, it's their fault. My bad, Big Nate. It's their fault. That's right.
To a certain degree, after a certain amount of time, if you engaged in criminal behavior, it is your fault. It is your fault.
You coming from a household,
AJ.
You coming from
AJ. It is your fault.
Oh my!
It is your fault.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
So you
from a household who don't want that's crazy you, who don't get fucked about you, and then you turn around, you get put in the fucking education system that don't give two fucks about you, but all of a sudden,
I know. Now we're back to people caring about it. Black men need people to care about us. Oh, we need somebody that'll lift us up and stick their tongues in our mouths and French kiss us. They need to love us. They need to take care of us. Your parents are supposed to take care of you, AJ.
Right.
That's who's supposed to love you, cultivate you, and raise you up. And too many of these parents don't want to do that.
That's time. That's time. That's time, my brothers. All right. We're going to go into closing arguments. We started off with Brother AJ, so we'll be starting the closing arguments off with Brother Nate. Brother Nate, 7 minutes on the clock. Pull the trigger. Closing arguments.
I appreciate AJ coming up. I hope this doesn't disturb our ability to get along well with each other. You know, I stand on my square, AJ. I die on my post. What I believe, if it's all about the culture of Black America, you could institute 1,000,001 policies. Nothing's going to change for decades. Decades. Okay. It took decades for us to get into this quagmire that we find ourselves with 30% of the welfare going to Black women, extremely disproportionate, and 33% of Section 8 going to them. These women do not use these programs for what they're supposed to be used for. They use them to subsidize their lifestyle. They don't need to work. They can party, have sex, and raise completely chaotic and dysfunctional children. Now, there's nothing I can do. I can't come into those children's households, correct their wayward mother, take possession of the children and raise them properly. I can't do that. That's against the law. These women, these dysfunctional women, have a right to raise their children terribly. They have the right to do that in this country. And unfortunately, there's nothing I can do about it except encourage the end of the subsidization of their terrible fucking behavior, which is why I started coming on platforms. And that's what I'm going to do when my channel starts. Political channel, Manosphere channel. I hope you folks subscribe. You're going to want to, okay? Now, you want to help young black men? Get the message out. Talk to these rappers. Talk to the people that influence their behavior and their thinking. Talk to these filthy, disgusting, shit-kicking Democrats who fund and subsidize all of this horrible shit. And tell them to start telling these young men to want better for themselves. Tell them that these, violence is not an answer. Don't follow in the footsteps of your mother and kill people that you get into arguments with on social media. How many thousands of black men have we lost from black men killing other black men off issues on social media? And I'm supposed to save these folks. I'm supposed to fly in on my red cape with my red underwear and make everything okay. That's not possible. It's also not possible to turn the Titanic when it's rudderless and when there's no engine. And unfortunately, that's what, when you group these communities together, that's what they are. They are rudderless, engineless Titanics, big, useless hunks of metal that you're not going to be able to do much with. So what has to happen? There has to be suffering. Suffering is a catalyst for change. Dissatisfaction is a catalyst for change. You talked about fear. I already proved fear is a good thing at times, and it's a catalyst for change. These young men are going to have to want better for themselves. I cannot want better for them. And until you find a way to convince them to want better for themselves, what you're doing is an exercise in futility largely. Unfortunately, that's what it is. You cannot save anyone that does not want to be saved, period. For those young men that want better, for those young men that approach a black man that has achieved things and see him and what he rides in and the respect he gets and how he can get women, much higher grade of women, being a competent, productive black man versus being some slick-talking, shit-kicking, bum-ass nigga in the ghetto. And unfortunately, a lot of these guys like what they do. They like the access they have to this low-value vagina. They like the easy money and the quick money. They don't care that they're destroying their community and their lives. I believe you said you went to jail and changed. Going to jail, sir, was suffering. You had to suffer to change. The man that helped you, convinced you to change, you said went to jail. He suffered and decided to change. Suffering. You would say, well, we got to keep them from suffering. We got to make sure they don't suffer. Fuck that. They need to suffer so they can figure out if they want better or not. If they don't want better, let them perish. If they want better, there are tons of black men ready to help. That's it.
All right. Are you ceding your time, Brother Nate?
He can have it all. He's going to need it.
Do you want that time, Brother AJ?
No, I don't need that time. But thank you.
No.
I don't need it.
All right. Let me go ahead and hold up, y'all. Because y'all know. God damn it. God, I wish Keep It Techie was here. All right. 7 minutes on the clock. Closing statements. Pull the trigger, Brother AJ.
All right. big shout outs to Little Big Nate, man. It's been a great debate, man. I appreciate him having this debate with me. Hopefully, me and him could have other, discussions, because I really like this brother. Y'all go subscribe to his channel. But the thing that kind of what he said that, was disturbing to me, and what I was trying to say, he was saying, let them suffer. And that's what I'm saying. That's the problem. Because they've been suffering through these households with these damn women. And now we're putting more suffering on them. That's why you have these murderers here in Chicago. That's why you have these black boys doing all this destruction. Because that goes exactly what he just said. Let them suffer. So we're putting suffering on top of suffering. When are we going to stop doing that? When are we going to wake up and say, hey, we probably need them black boys? I get it. Like I say, I get it. And I kept saying it. You're not going to be able to save all of them. But you never know if you save one could save 10. But we just saying, let them suffer. Fuck them. But it wasn't their fault. Did they deserve that shit? Like I said before, with them women in them household that choose the welfare over the fucking man, over having a husband, yeah, let them suffer. I don't give a fuck about them. I don't care about them. But these kids that they have, like you say, lower tier women, they're coming from the same household. What part of this you not understanding? That's why they lower tier. That's why they have weed in their hair. That's why they have other kids. You got three generations of welfare women because they coming from the same household. So how do you stop that? You stop turning around and you stop the suffering. At least try to. At least try to make these men leaders. That's how you change the outcome. I'm tired of this shit. Like, what is this we not understanding? You don't have to turn your back. If you want to leave, leave. But you don't have to turn your back. All I'm saying is leave. At least try. Not to save. We don't got to. I'm not telling you to go to save anything. I did not once say that. But just the image of you guys. Some of you very intelligent. And whoever did it right, and I get it. Some of you guys came through the same situation. You did it right. You got out of there. You got your family. I get it. I'm not knocking you guys. I'm not expecting you to go back to the community and say, hey, drug dealer, look at me. No, I'm not saying that. But you just don't know. Just your image. It could be from afar. It can. But I'm just saying turn your back completely. I'm just saying no. And that's what I've been seeing a lot lately. A lot of brothers leave and just be like, F it all together. No. I'm just saying no. That's all I'm saying. Because for us to be able to change this, we're going to need numbers. And without them numbers, we're not going to make it happen. Because as you notice, you see this on YouTube, we constantly separating ourselves. When we going to stop this shit? I need you, Big Nate. I need Brother X. I need the brothers in the chat. I need all of you. I don't care what you claim, whatever avenue you went down, what success that you have. At the end of the day, I still need. If you're a black man, I need you. And you never know at the end of the day when they're going to need you. I'm not asking nobody to save anything. I'm just saying at least be there. Just be there. Don't turn your back. That's all I'm asking. Just don't turn your back. I get it. If you get out of there, get out of there. You should. Like I say, I'm here in Chicago. I see it. I left. But I can't turn my back. No. Because, like, once again, like you were saying with your beautiful daughter, Big Nate, I get it, man. And your son, I get it. And I don't want anybody to put their kids at risk or themselves at risk. But at the same, when I start thinking about it, though, if we keep allowing this to happen, who's going to be there? Who's going to be there? Who's going to be there for my sons to turn around to marry, to have kids by? Because you look at the culture, is it getting better or is it getting worse? So it's going to take for us to change it. And for us to change it, we need more numbers as men. I'm looking at it as us, black men only. I could see my time, man. Thank you.
Thank you, AJ. Appreciate it.
All right. That is going to bring our debate to an end. Good stuff, brothers. Good shit. Good shit. So now we go to the polls. Folks in the chat room, if you believe Brother AJ won the debate, put an A in the chat. If you believe Brother Nate won the debate, put an N in the chat. Put an A in the chat for Brother AJ. Put an N in the chat for Brother Nate. And if you vote twice, moderators, make sure you block whoever does it. I got to get that Jeopardy music. Doom, 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 doom. I keep saying I'm going to get it, but I keep forgetting, y'all. My bad.
You can say you sound good doing it. Keep doing it.
I keep saying I'm going to get it up in here, but I keep forgetting.
Like, you sound good doing it.
Just keep forgetting, man. Just keep forgetting it, man. Don't vote twice. If you do, anybody vote twice, block them, mods. Block their ass, because I don't want to have to repeat myself. Y'all know what to do, moderators. Don't fuck around. My moderators got a wrench. They'll hit you in the head with it multiple times. Right. All right. Come on, folks. Just slow typing selves. Come on. Come on. And hit that damn like button, too. Tired of this shit.
Say that. Yeah, hit the like button, man. Absolutely.
Damn.
For sure, man. Yeah.
God, you would think I was asking y'all for a stat for you to hit the damn like button. Damn. Ain't like I'm asking you for a rack. Takes 2 seconds to hit that damn button. At least the people who hit the dislike had the goddamn energy to do that.
I know, right?
2 dislikes. Wow.
Come on. Folks. Y'all know y'all like these damn debates. That's why you're black ass in here. You know you like them. You know you do. So show your ability to like the old league debates. Damn it. It's looking like Big Nate.
Yeah. Congrats, man.
It's looking like Big Nate.
I'll be honest with you, man. All due respect to this platform, I even said this before when I had a debate schedule. I don't care about winning, but those that do, man, salute. You know, but to me, I don't need to win over AJ or anything. You know, I appreciate having the conversation. I'm sorry I raised my voice at times. I gotta rein that in. You know what I'm saying?
You know what?
Hell no, that's part of your damn appeal. Don't be reining it in. God damn it.
Look, I'm not going to even lie to you. I was kind of nervous because I'm thinking like I'm for the freestyle this debate, and I heard you earlier, Big Nate, on I think he was on Rebuttal. And I'm like, I gotta debate this dude.
Yeah, we're gonna go ahead. We're gonna call this one for Big Nate. We're gonna call this one for Big Nate.
Hey, AJ, salute to you because there's not a lot of guys that do want to debate me. Straight, we had 2 debates. I think that was supposed to happen here, and the gentleman wasn't able to make it. But
I loved it, man. I loved it, man.
Hey, absolutely, man. I apologize for getting heated sometimes. Man, I don't like talking to you like that, bro. I just, you know,
man. No, yeah, I think this was a much needed debate. And I really appreciate it. Like I say, it's my first time. So, you know, and I've been over here a lot, but I was like kind of nervous, and I heard you earlier. I was at work hearing you. I was like, damn. I said, damn it. I said, I got to come with it.
Yeah, I kind of went off
Yeah.
of Ramil's platform earlier today.
I said, I got to come with it going against this brother. This brother do my play all right.
Yes.
That's why I got love.
Big Nate's a tough draw. That's a tough
But that's
draw,
why
man.
I got mad love for him, man. He's like me. He's passionate, man. You know me. I'm passionate, brother X. So and,
Absolutely. I don't know what y'all look like on time, brother AJ, brother Nate. I don't know what y'all look like on time.
I can give you another hour or so, man. I'll probably have to skip a little after 12.
What can you give me about 20 minutes? Because I have to
Okay.
check up on some food. I could come back. So if anybody has any questions for me, I could come back and I could take, I could answer it when I get back.
All right. Well, y'all know what time it is now. If you have questions for my debaters, y'all know the deal. They must be super chatted or cash app, or I will not read them. So if you have any questions for my debaters, now's the time. Pull the trigger. They must be super chatted or cash apped if you have questions for my debaters. So go ahead and shoot them up. Pull the trigger. I must say, though, I've hosted many debates here, and that was a pretty good one, man. That was
Appreciate that.
good.
Appreciate that.
That was
I wish I'd
good.
have known I could cuss from the beginning, man.
Yeah. I have, because this is the Prophet of Thought series, we have a series of things. And, these debates, the rules are a little lax because, like I said earlier, they're scheduled. We already know, who's going to be on here. We know what the topic is, so the rules are pretty, they're pretty lax and loose. Now, when I do the Obsidian versus the World debates, those are different because Brother Obsidian is debating on the fly. He's debating on the fly. So he doesn't know what you're going to come up here and debate. He has no idea what you're going to say. And he's apt to debate up to 4 people at once. So, I mean, I have to structure that one a little more because of what I'm asking of Brother Obsidian. He has no idea what you're going to come up here and debate. These debates are scheduled. These debates are already, they're on the roster. They're already in the book. Both people know, what's going to be debated. So the rules are a little looser. Those debates, I have to structure them harder because when Obsidian comes up here, he has no idea who he's debating. He has no idea how many people are going to come up here and debate. And he has no idea, how you're going to come at him, what the topic is. He has no idea. So I have to kind of rein that one in a little more. You know what I'm saying?
Understood, man. I'll know for next time, I guess. But yeah, it was a great conversation. And obviously both of us are very passionate about the way we feel. I could hear it in his voice. We just disagree, and I wish more men in this space would understand we can disagree without hating each other. I mean, most of the beef and the nonsense and the bullshit that I've seen in this space, I've been coming here for a little over 2 years now, is all related to just disagreements. I mean, we've had fights over equipment. We've had fights over where black men should wear suits and just all this crazy shit.
Yeah.
And see, that's what I love about being a conservative. And that's right, I'm a black conservative. If any of you have a problem with it, when T.P.O.T drops the stream, you come up here and you can tell me the problems that you have with it, and we can discuss it in a very friendly fashion, of course. But if you have the courage to insult people in the chat, have the courage to hit the StreamYard link and come up and say it to a man's face. I thought this was a space for black men. Men address each other when they have problems. They don't hide behind their fat little fingers and keyboards. They don't do that.
Yeah.
If you have a problem, you should come up and address it with the person you have a problem with.
Yeah, I don't like that shit either,
tweet,
man. Don't be trying to debate people from the chat room, man. This is a debate channel. We do debates here all the time. If you want to debate somebody, hit me up with an email. All right. The email is Prophet of Thought, one word, no caps, at yahoo.com. That's Prophet of Thought, one word, no caps, at yahoo.com. Bring your ass up here and square off in the digital squared circle instead of sitting in the chat room typing, doing the drive-by typing shit, man. That shit is so cowardly, man. It's like, come on, man. And not only that, I don't like that kind of shit in my chat room. You got something to say to a brother, all you got to do is level a challenge. I'm hooked up with so many brothers. Look through my archives. Look through the Hour of Power debate series. Look through the League series. There are so many brothers there that you can challenge. And guess what? They are all part of my debate league. All of them. So if you want to level a challenge, man, and you want to talk all this kind of nonsense to somebody, man, I'm connected to practically every brother that you could possibly want to debate. All you got to do is hit me up. You hit me up. You level that challenge. I will bring it to that brother, and I'm pretty sure they will accept it. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. You can go through my archives and look at all those brothers who've been up here and debating and say, you know what, X? I want to debate that brother. That's all you got to do. Don't sit in the damn chat room typing all this crazy nonsense. Like, come on, man. Knock it off.
Yeah, man. Just
get off.
Come up and address the man directly.
They don't want to do that.
No,
they don't want to do that.
Yeah, man. That doesn't bode well for you, brother.
They don't want to do that.
Come up and address a man directly. I mean, you got all this smoke behind your keyboard, man. Come on. It's pathetic. It really is. Man. We're supposed to be men.
And this is what happens, man, when you're raised by. When you're raised by.
Where is it? I'm expecting to hear it.
Oh, I ain't got my interface hooked up. Hold up, God damn it!
Turn
my damn shit on. Let me turn my shit on. This is what happens when you are raised by these old mamas. This is what happens when you're raised by them. You do that kind of shit. Drive-by typings and shit. But we got a question from Sif Bud. Appreciate the $4.99 super chat. My brother, he says, what are some effective ways to reach young brothers at risk?
When you say at risk, Sip, I don't even know how to say this brother's name. Sif Bud.
I think it's Sif Bud. I'm probably
Sif
pronouncing
Bud.
The shit wrong, but he can correct
Sif
us.
Bud. The operative word you said is at risk, which means they haven't engaged in the criminal behavior yet. Which means we're not talking about brothers that have made all this litany of mistakes in their lives. We're talking about young men that have yet to embark down that road. I think the best way to reach these young men would be with mentorship. I think mentorship is great. They have to have a mother decent enough to want to see the best for their son. You know, I as a woman do not have the ability to raise this child properly, this young boy, into a man. There is a mentorship program I can take him to. Unfortunately, how many of these mothers are going to look into it and want to bring their sons there? You know, probably a very small amount. We as grown men, we really don't have access to these young boys. We just don't. They grow up in their mother's households. We can't. See, this is why when people talk all this grandiose stuff about helping the community and helping the people, I can't go into another sovereign citizen's house and take their young son and do something constructive with them. I can't. How do we reach them? Again, the child has to have a mother that cares enough to want to see their son given a proper example of manhood. And as long as we're dealing with that kind of woman, there's a chance, there's hope. But I don't know how to get to a young man whose mother does not care, and I, through the law, have no access to. I don't have any access to him. There's nothing I can do. But for those moms who do care, and for those young boys who have the intellectual acuity to just say, I don't give a shit about this mother of mine. I see all the nonsense. We could have 12, 13-year-old boys maybe intelligent enough to say that, and they can find the programs themselves. Letting those who see, and it all comes back to those who want better. Establish mentorship programs, and then let the word go out that it's there. Let the word go out, it's there. And those moms that bring their sons, great. Those young men that have made mistakes who want to come, great. But unfortunately, there's been a lot of instances of those programs being offered, excuse me, and nobody comes, man. They just don't come. Like I said, I would tell young men about my job. I purposefully would like pull out my equipment, my tram, my measuring gauges, my measuring tape. I would do this stuff hoping they would be interested and ask about the job. And many of them would ask. I would give them my card. I would tell them the connections I have. I write checks to body shops. These body shops will do a lot of what I ask them to do, especially the insurance company I work for makes up a very large portion of their direct repair program. So these guys are more than happy to do what I ask them. And if I come to them with some industrious young man that wants to learn the business, I don't think I would have any problem getting them on at the entry level. And then it would be up to them to work through it. But I've given out my card to at least 20 dudes over the last 18 years, and I've never gotten a call ever. So it's a tough question to answer, Sip Hub. But that's the best answer I got, man.
I think he pronounces it Sife. I think it's
Sife Bud.
Sife Bud. I believe that's what he's telling us, because us old niggas can't read. We just can't read, man. My bad, brother Sife Bud. My bad. Oh, damn. Blexit the Community has gotten his head chopped off by the old Streamlabs bot. And I will try, because I like Blexit the Community. I don't know what you said, but the Streamlabs bot felt the need to chop your head off.
It's a very sensitive bot.
Absolutely. Yes, it is. It don't play no games, goddamn. Don't play no games. The bot plays no games. It takes no prisoners. It is unforgiving. I'm going to try to go back and get you out of there, Blexit. Yeah, because Blexit's my folk, man. I ain't, he probably just wrote some old profanity shit, and the robot was like, you're out of here. I'm going to try to find you, Blexit, and lift you up out of there. Even if I don't, okay, there it is. Gotcha. Be careful what you write now. Brother Blexit, because you know that bot. Well, actually, you should have a wrench anyway. That out. There it is.
Perfect Blackness wants to come up, Xavier. He has an answer for us, Scythe Bud.
All right, I'll send you the link, brother Perfect Black. Oh damn, it's a couple people in here. God damn, sorry y'all, wasn't paying no attention to the shit. My bad. You know, I'm using that old nigga excuse for all the shit I do wrong. That's my new excuse. I'm an old nigga. The way people, old nigga, oh you old niggas. So guess what? I will be leaning into that insult, and I will be using it for everything. If I don't see her name in the shit, I'll use the excuse of being an old nigga. I will use that excuse.
I'm
got
46. I'm an old nigga too.
Yeah, you know.
Yeah, I know. So.
It is what it is, man. All right. And info, I got you too, brother.
Yeah, man. But yeah, I just genuinely believe that, like I said, fear, pain, suffering, all these things are catalysts for change. When a woman looks at herself in the mirror naked and she's 250 pounds, it is dissatisfaction with how she looks that will act as a catalyst for her to change. Suffering often is necessary. You have to go through pain before you realize, yes, I don't want this. I want better for myself. I've seen friends die. I've seen friends go to jail. I don't want this for myself. And those men can be helped. Those young men can be helped. But the young men that are mired in that life, who think it's a good thing, who benefit from that street cred and all the women they have access to, dude, you're going to give up all that snatch? Really? You're going to give all that up? All these broads trying to get at you. You're the man. You're the nigga. Everybody, you get all the respect in this terrible community. You get acknowledgement. You get respect. You get the women. You get a lot of these dudes ain't giving that up, man. A lot of these dudes, their eye is on a prize of what they see the larger drug dealers having in the community. That's the eye that's on that prize.
Mm-hmm.
Prize that you may offer of a $40,000 a year job starting off and having to become trained or certified is there's a very good chance those young men are not going to be interested in it. I'm not saying not approach them. I'm saying I'm not approaching them. I'm just not. You show me young men that want better for themselves, I will do what I can to assist them. Young men that are mired in that life and that's what they want, bro, I'm not coming to your spot and trying to convince you to change. And I know AJ said he's not saying that, but I kind of get that vibe from what he's saying. You know, that's the thing. But you know, he can speak for himself, definitely. But whenever you're ready for someone else to come up, man, I'm definitely ready for him.
Yeah, well, I sent the link out. I mean, you know, like 3-4 brothers, you know, I did send the link out. So check your emails, brothers. Check your emails. It's there.
You don't like dropping that link in the chat, boy.
No, screw that. Screw that. We ain't doing that no more. That's over. See, it's a new
doing that for me. I appreciate that.
Oh, man. For you only. For you only. Because if anybody else would have jumped up, they would have got blocked immediately. Yeah, immediately blocked. I appreciate that $13 super chat, Blexit the Community. Appreciate that, brother. Appreciate that, man. Oh, there go brother Info down there. My brother. Brother Info, what's good with it, man?
Hey, how y'all doing? What's going on?
What's up?
What's going on? I just wanted to say a couple of things. I heard the debate tonight, and I heard what the brother was saying a few minutes ago. You know, if your word, ultimate word, which is young men at risk, that is the time when you do want to try to engage with young men if you can. We do live in a society today where you can't approach every youth out there because we have a society where it's like, you know, mind your own business. Of course, when I grew up, actually the community did raise the child, everyone, a village mentality, which we have gotten away from for whatever the reasons are, unfortunately. But I'm a testament. See, when I hear brothers say this sort of stuff, I shake my head because I'm a testament to what you can do at 21 years old, 19 years old in college with no money in your pocket. And we have tracked young men from the very, very beginning. Now, of course, you're going to have family members who don't want to. They don't care what happens to their sons. They they don't care. They're lost. So we know that's reality. But I've been kind of fortunate because I've been in communities in the Sunnydale Housing Project area of San Francisco once upon a time ago, where we actually had it all the way down to the gangbangers in the community who wanted more for their brother, their sister, or what have you. And we were able to turn some of these kids around at the younger stage of their life from getting into the lifestyle that maybe their brother was involved in, their uncle or someone like that. And then we were at the same time able to like get some of these brothers involved because a lot of them, believe it or not, wanted to get out of the lifestyle that they were living as well. So there are success stories out there. The problem is you're not going to hear about them in the news too often. And unfortunately, we don't talk a lot about success stories. I'm just going to keep it real. I don't hear a lot of us talking about success stories on YouTube. We do a lot of talking about the negative, and we say, brothers, go get your passport, go travel here and there. Frankly, if you're doing all those things, then you would have less time for a lot of the bullshit. But there are positive programs out there where men, like 100 Black Men, there are organizations, fraternal organizations that are having some impact. They're having impact in holding women accountable that are lost, and the fathers who are not been accountable to what their responsibilities are. And for every sister out there who doesn't give a damn about her male child, there are Black women out there that do seek the help and guidance of men. If there are men out there that are part of organizations or programs that can help them. Now, I agree with him. Sometimes you can give a young man a card and you may not hear from him. That happens. But you can chop that up in every goddamn race where you have young men who are given opportunity and they squander it. White boys, Asian, I've seen it. I grew up I lived in an international city in San Francisco. You can't get any more international in the Bay Area, and all groups of people can squander opportunities. Unfortunately, we squander too many opportunities. But there are some success stories out there, and I think AJ has said something that I thought was powerful tonight. Sometimes, see, it's not about you being able to try to save 1,000, 100, or everybody, but you may be able to turn a young man around, maybe one young man, two young men, maybe three, and you never know what impact that you could have on that young man that could pay it forward going down there, because that young man may turn around to become someone in which he can give opportunity to other brothers. He might be a businessman someday or something, and he might employ or empower other young Black men. So you just never know where it could happen. And so those success stories are out there. They're just often never told. Some of us Black men, such as myself, we've had some successes and we've had some losses. It doesn't take women off the hook for their responsibilities. But quite obviously, gentlemen, as long as you don't have men in these communities that bring stability and stabilize these communities, and I said this before, maybe a week ago, this cycle is never going to change as long as young Black males don't have a stabilizing force of men in their life. It doesn't mean you got to be their daddy. You're going to be around them 24/7 because you can't, but you never know the time that you do spend with some of these young men that are open to what you got to offer. You never know how it can, what kind of effect it can have. I've seen it, but that I'm just one person.
Can I give you a little pushback there, information man?
Hey, but let me
Brother,
just,
I'm gonna tell you right now, there is no pushback that you can give me because I'm a living testimony. I'm a living testimony. Listen to me. I'm a listen. I'm a living testimony of a million black men across this country, internationally and nationally. We're doing the goddamn job. So there's no pushback that you can, no pushback you can give me at all, brother. I've been doing this since I was 18, 19, 21 years old. There's no pushback you can give me, brother. I'm a living testimony to it.
All right, let me rock with it for a second. Let me rock with it for a second, information.
You can rock whatever you want to rock with, but it ain't no
pushback.
pushback. Ain't no pushback to what I've done and what can be done. It's not. No, it's not about a bro.
No argument.
I just said it's no pushback. So therefore, you shouldn't have any pushback for what I said.
A different way of coming about the same solution. Is that a better way to phrase it there, information, man?
Brother, I'm about the positive. I'm about anything that gets our people forward, period.
There we go. So that's me. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Trey the MVD here. AJ, do you have something real quick? Hey, chillin', X. I know, AJ, you said something, man. I don't want to interrupt.
Oh, no, I was finna say, man, I appreciate that from information, man, what he said, man. I totally agree what he just said. So, you go ahead, bro, man. What's up with you, brothers, man?
Go ahead, Brother Trey. Then I want to get Perfect Black in here. Go ahead, Brother Trey.
I'm just coming at it from the angle is this, even though I chose to go the other route that my father, trained me and raised me on in my youth, I realized throughout, into my military career and growing up that, like, look, I'm a patriot. I'm American. He raised me to be American first and not even to operate in this white man's world by being American and a patriot. It kicked in. My dad did 27 years, 2 tours in Vietnam, and it took me doing the same thing, 4 tours in Afghanistan for it to really sink in. I love my country. And the way I've been able to go about showing other brothers how to do this is like, look, you go out there and you do you. You go out there, you get an education, you get a career, you join the military, you do something. And if you want to get married, you get with a woman who best suits you. It don't matter where the fuck she's from. But I tell brothers all the time, make sure she's traditional. You can't get with one of these liberal snowflake chicks and expect an excellent outcome. You're going to deal with the same thing dudes in the hood is dealing with. And we can look at dudes in the hood all day long, all these projects and these guys, great work for guys going in there. But the only way to change this is the outlook of the people. This whole community hive mindset has to change. Because as long as the BW knows that there's a community to back her up, she's not going to change her action. She knows there's a million black men ready to come in and sweep in and be the cleanup man, whether that's being a stepdad, whether it's being a mentor or something. She doesn't have the mindset of, I'm going to get with a man, I'm going to take care of a household, he's going to go out there and tend to the land and build this big, 40 acres and a mule and take care of this whole family. It's that, we're a community. I got the backup. I got an uncle. I got a couple dudes around the block. These mentorship program, I can send little, Daquan off to. Not little Daquan is going to be raised by his father, who's going to put fear and show him how to go out there and do the same thing he did in society. And that's the only way this community, well, if you want to call it that, black people are going to change as a whole in the U.S. And it's been done before. The Scottish did it. We get this damn ignorant culture from the damn Scottish Highlanders. And guess what? They said, oh, shit, between 17 and the 1800s, you know what? Maybe we need to stop speaking Gaelic and speak English. And now Scottish are some of the most respected people on this planet. But it took about a century for them to go through that change. And it can happen with black people too. They just got to get out the hive mindset. That's all I wanted to drop.
Well, you didn't hear, you missed what I said and what I had said.
I heard everything, information, man.
You missed what I heard. I said a week ago. Well, maybe you don't remember. And what I said tonight, I said we in the programs that we run or we have run, we also keep those in the community accountable. We, like I've said a week ago, we have a program that's designed to deal with the woman and the father of the child to see why is the father not in the child's life, and then the accountability of the woman. So some of the things that you're talking about, these kind of programs I've been involved with where you can get a kid involved in whether it be college level education or a trade skill, get them out of the environment, take them out of the environment, because a lot of the problems that I see is that these environments that our young men are growing up in are not giving them hope and not giving them options. As you said, we should have options. Brothers should travel. We should see the world. You said join the military. Yes, the military is another great way to see the world and get a different perspective. So we're able to provide that. I'm not saying that we're saving every young man, because it's impossible to do that, and every family member may have some issues. But I'm thinking that what you just said is exactly what there are black men out there that are having successes that are out there. We just don't hear about it enough because we don't have a mass medium that is promoting what we're doing. I personally think, looking at the manosphere from the outside a little bit, I really would like to see brothers within this space spend more time talking about those issues, about how we can build up young black males and the programs and the success stories. Let me just say that. The success stories that brothers can bring to bear versus just the negative stories, because we know what the problems are. But it comes to a point when you know what the problems are, how do you fix it? And the first step, and Brother Prophet knows this, is that you start with your own family, those that fall under your shield that you are responsible for. So, for example, I have a daughter. So my daughter is getting all of her essence and her understandings of what a man is based on the modeling that I'm presenting to her, because I'm in her life 24/7. See, I haven't abandoned her. I haven't abandoned my responsibility, even though I've been divorced from her mother about 11, 12 years now. So she's getting, because I'm in her life so intimately, so she'll grow up, God willing. She will have a different expectation and understanding of what a man should be and what she wants in a man, versus if she was being raised in some ratchet type environment. That is important. I'll stop there.
All right. I want to go to my brother, Perfect Black. What's good with it, brother?
What's going on, Brother X, man? Can everybody hear me? Can all the brothers on the panel hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, man. Pull the trigger.
All right, man. I just wanted to, I'm not going to stay long because, I saw what the brother, said, what he put in the chat there in the super chat. I want to answer his question because, to me, that kind of resonated with me. To answer that, first and foremost, number one, these young brothers, these young black brothers, they got to see, number one, that you're consistent, and they got to see that you're for real, and they have to trust you. Now, one way that they gain your trust is that they have to see that your commitment is equal, if not more than the risk that they have to take just by living in the community in which they live in. What do I mean by that? You forget about the violence and all of that, but just the risk of being raised by single mothers who they know and who they have told me personally they don't think like them. They have to see that your commitment is equal to the dangers of being raised in that type of an environment. And when you get their trust in that, you'll get them to do anything that you want them to do. They'll run through a wall for you. You tell them to go be a rocket scientist, and they'll do every goddamn thing that they need to do to be a rocket scientist. Why? Because they trust you. They know that whatever it is that you're telling them is going to be the gospel. But you got to trust them first, and you can't fear them. You can't go in there with eyes of stereotyping them, because they can see this, they can smell that right away. Okay. Now, I spent 10 years in the Army. Some of these guys do need the military, but some of these guys don't. A lot of these guys are just, I don't want to call them misfits. And the reason why I use that, because a lot of these guys are smart. A lot of these boys are smart, very smart, but they're not cultivated at all, either by the schools or by their mothers. Okay, and I see them all the time. Some of the mothers giving to me, they think that I'm just going to beat them to death and all of that. No, but when I sit down and talk to them and I really get into their home, because one of the first things I do is go into their homes. I want to see what's going on at home. If you want to know what's going on with these boys going to their homes, and you'll see exactly what the problem is and what they need. So if you want to, and it ain't rocket science. You have to get into these, and you have to get into these young boys' lives. They have to trust you. You have to be there consistently. They have to be able to. They have to know that they have to be able to, that they can call on you anytime, a day, a night, and be able to vent and say whatever it is that's on their mind, and they know that they can trust you to give them the proper advice.
And
Because after taking your advice, they've applied it and it has worked, and they have to see that. That's how. That takes work. That takes time. It may take some time for you leaving your job at some time. It may take a lot, man. It's gonna take away from your family sometime. Yeah, I got a pregnant wife here at home, so I know it takes time. So if you want to know, you have to invest your time, and you have to do it for free. They have to see that you're doing it for free, that you're getting no financial or any type of benefit from it. The only benefit that they're going to get from it is that they succeed, that the kids, that the boys succeed. That's what you got to do. And it is not this type of work right here. It's unheralded. It's the type of work that nobody sees, that nobody knows about. I can't tell you how many times, that I've been able to help and reach a young brother, and rekindle the relationship with him and his father. Come to find out, it really wasn't the father that was trying to stay out the boy's life.
Right.
And all the while that he felt a certain negative way about his father, but because of the mother. Now, I can go all night on that, but that's how you do it, man. You have to stay in these boys' lives. You have to do it consistently. You have to do it in a way that is openly. You're doing it for free, because believe it or not, that matters. And if they see that you have a stake in them doing well, then they're going to do well. They're going to do everything that they can to do well. Now, some of the other stuff that was being said, I can't remember, everything. But I will say this: I'm not one for abandoning the community. I'm not saying that's what other people were saying. I'm saying, me personally, I don't believe in that. I think there's a lot of salvageable things for the community, if anything else, to actually make the community thrive. And I think that Black men can do that. Well, now I think we need some resources. I think we need all kind of, we need other things, but we first have to be amongst ourselves, and then we can take control of the community. But we have to do it, because I can tell you, and I've said this before, the current crop of Black women within the community is not. We can't count on them. We can't. I don't believe in dating out, but I definitely believe in replacing the non-productive Black women that's within the Black community in America. Most definitely, I do. Because we have an entire batch of Black women in the community who mean the community no earthly good whatsoever, for a litany of reasons.
Right. I just wanted to add real quick, and I'll be quiet here, that I dig what you were saying, brother. But most importantly, Black men need to be organized. We got to be on the same page. We can't have everybody going one way if we're trying to go here. We got to be able to have a unison. That's the thing when you talk about a brotherhood. Now, when you're talking about the manosphere should be a brotherhood in which you have a unison about what you're trying to do, and you move as one force, not as individuals. That's our problem. We want to get into individual stuff. No, you're not hearing what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, if you look at I can say this from experience. If you look at organizations, whether it be a corporation, a business, or organizations that go out and do this kind of work that the brother's talking about in the community, right? You come as an individual with your individual experiences, but when you're part of a brotherhood, see, I know about brotherhood, okay? When you come part of a brotherhood is being willing to sacrifice your individual agenda for the good of what the organization or what you're trying to move as Black men to do. So if you say our job is we're going to go in this community and build a school, for example, then the focus should be on how do we build the best school as possible. I'm using that as just an example. We can't have people going here and there. We take the best of what you have to offer, what your skill set is. So if you're a computer man, then we have to utilize your computer skills, right? If I'm a man, so whatever a brother's skills are, they're utilized into one force to accomplish the goal. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying that your individual skills are not necessary, but we have to have some type of agreement on what is it that we're trying to do as men in unison. That's a brotherhood.
Hold on a second, because I wanna get back up to Big Nate and Brother AJ. Then we're gonna get on down to O'Shea Linus because he hasn't said anything yet. So go ahead, Brother Nate.
Yeah, I understand what the brother's saying, but one thing he kept emphasizing was time. The vast majority of black men do not have the time to go several times a week to talk to a young man and do all these things with him, especially if they have jobs, they have obligations, if they have wives, if they have children. They can't do that.
There's a
Now,
word.
if you have just you gotta let me finish.
Commitment.
You gotta let me finish.
There's a word
You gotta
called
let me finish.
commitment, and I'm a living testament of it.
You gotta let me
And not
finish.
just me. I know several fellas that are of the same ilk who do have
Okay,
jobs.
Hold on, brother. Let him rock. Let him rock.
Go ahead. Let Big Nate lay it out. Let him lay it out. Go ahead, Brother Big Nate.
If you can find black men that have that type of time available and they're willing to do that, that's fine. But the vast majority of black men are not going to have time to do that.
Again, it's commitment.
My
gentlemen,
commitment is to my children first.
Right.
I can't put my children on the back burner for a young man I have no biological link to.
I got a child, and my wife is 20 weeks pregnant.
That's you, bro.
Men are not going to be able to do that, bro.
Brother Nate, this is what you're doing, brother. That's wrong here. You are underestimating the indomitable spirit of a black man. See, we used to have a thing called excuses. Excuses
There's
are
no
tools of the
excuses.
incompetent.
No, come on.
Let me
That's an
finish what
attack
I'm
right
saying,
there.
brother.
That's an
Let me finish what I'm
attack.
saying.
Man.
I got a principle that I'm saying. So let me finish.
This
This is a principle that you should take in, brother. We had a thing we always say. Excuses are tools of the incompetent. Those who use them seldom succeed. This is the excuse I'm saying. We can find black men every goddamn Saturday, Friday night, Thursday night on a damn football field working with our kids when it comes to basketball, all these traveling teams. When it comes to sport, you can find a lot of black men out there on those damn fields talking about move the ball this way, get through the hole, dribble. I've seen it. We got time for sport and goddamn play. But all of a sudden, when it comes to the fundamental crisis in dealing with our youth, other than sport and play, now it's we don't have black men don't have time. This is the bullshit right here. I'll tell you straight up. This is why this is bullshit to me, because I've said this. I've said this before. Just let me make my last point.
Let me throw this in.
Let me make my last point, and I'll be quiet.
Hold on. Let him lay it
Let me
out.
make my last point,
Let him
goddammit,
lay it
because I
out.
have a reason why I'm saying what I'm saying, and it's not an indictment on any of you brothers on the channel. So stop taking it personal. The reason why I use the word excuses and why we should stop using that, because I've said it. I say this all the time. If you don't physically have the ability or the time to work with the youth, then sponsor an organization that's doing the work. You can always do something. So if you can't physically be there and you identify an organization, then donate to that organization where you have men who.
What the young man said.
Okay,
about having to devote all of this time to a young man. Most black men are not going to have that time, sir.
Right, and so if you are
about leaving your job,
that's not what I'm saying, brother.
To go mentor a young man.
I haven't left my
no,
I haven't
no,
left
brother.
my job.
To do that.
I haven't left. No. I haven't left my career, and I'm in an ascending IT career.
Yeah, you don't have to look. We're complicating something that doesn't need to be complicated. There are a lot of black men who work 9-to-5 jobs, and they're a part of organizations because they know that they can get more done in this venture by doing it with a brotherhood of other men. So they
Okay,
might
you
do
said
it.
sponsor. Okay, here you go. You said sponsor.
You didn't let me finish. So they
hold
may,
on, bro.
they
Come
may
on
do.
now.
No,
I didn't get
no,
the
you
clear
come
deal.
on now. I didn't finish
You
my
don't let
point.
somebody else
You
speak,
come on.
man.
You come on
You
now.
just
I didn't
tell
finish my
everybody
point.
else
Let me finish my.
information,
Let
man.
me finish my point. Let me finish my
Come
goddamn
on,
point.
information,
Hold
man.
So
on.
you
We
might
can't-
have men.
We don't
Let me
accomplish
finish
nothing if
my
everybody's
point.
talking at-
You
if
let me
everybody's
finish my.
talking at
All
once.
right, then you let me finish my point.
Go ahead.
Now you may have men who work on the week, who work, and they make endeavor in these activities on their weekend or whenever they can. In my organization, brothers do what they can when they can. Right? They have families. This is why, to me, this is excuses because I've seen, I deal with. It is
There's no
excuses because
excuses.
I
There's
deal.
no- come on, bro.
I've
There's
been
no
around.
excuses.
I've been around brothers that are engineers,
excuses.
scientists, all
And
types
there's the
of
problem.
commitments.
There's the
And what they
problem.
do,
You're
what they
shaming
do
brothers
is
for
they
taking
carve
their
out.
own lives
They
into
carve
account.
out.
You're
They
shaming.
carve out
It's a
time.
VW tactic.
They carve out time for
Stop
when they
shaming.
can. If they can't physically be there, then what they do is they donate money to the organization where there are
That
men who have the
gentleman
time.
said you need
That's
to be
all I was
prepared
saying.
To leave your job.
That's all.
And go
Nobody's
mentor
leaving
this
their
young
job, man.
That's what
I
he
don't think
said.
nobody said leave your job.
No,
Like,
nobody.
I
See,
You
don't
said if you
complicate
need
it like
to,
this.
Leave your job early and go
No.
mentor the young man. That's not going to be. That's not going to be an option for most black men. I'm
Exactly.
sorry.
Of course,
It's
but
not.
you do what
So
you
I'm
can.
addressing his point. Stop
Okay.
arguing with me.
I'm
when
not
only
arguing with
addressing
you.
The point he
I
made.
wasn't arguing with you. I was
That's
trying to bring up
exactly
a
what
point
you're
of
doing,
clarification. No, I'm not. I'm not arguing with you. I was just basically
The
saying
gentleman
that
said
there's
if
another way
have
that you
to
can
leave
accomplish
your
a
job
goal.
early and go mentor this young man whenever he needs you. And I'm telling you, that's not realistic.
Well, I'm not arguing
what
that
I'm doing.
point. I'm arguing the point that obviously we can't be everywhere as black men. We can't be everywhere and we can't do everything. So maybe you can support or sponsor an organization where they have men who have the time
That's fine.
to do what you may
That's
not be
fine.
able to do. That's
That's
all I
fine.
was trying to say as an
No,
example
you
of why we don't need
said
to
I
use
was making
excuses.
excuses when I was addressing.
I
his
didn't say
point.
you personally. I was saying in
my
general.
God. Okay.
So you missed the whole
Okay.
goddamn point.
All right,
Because you
all right,
caught in
let me
your
get this real
emotions.
quick.
I got you.
Hold on, everybody.
Let me
hold
put my
on.
laugh on.
Hold
I
on.
got
Hold
you.
on. God damn it. I don't have my interface hooked up, so I can't.
Shit,
do
I
all
got
this.
every goddamn
God.
thing up in here.
I know you do.
Look.
Because I want to get to
T.P.O.T.
Brother AJ. Go ahead.
I know, but
Go ahead.
T.P.O.T, man,
30 seconds, then I wanna go to
why
AJ.
do
Go
we
ahead.
complicate a situation? Every black
information,
man
let somebody
is
else
not
get the
going to
mic,
be
bro.
not everybody's going to be built to do the on ground work. There's some that are built to be generals in the background and direct, while those that do the work. Come on, don't complicate it.
Oh my God,
It's
the
not
VW
complicated.
shaming
See,
tactic.
it's not complicated to me
Hold
because
on.
I've done the work.
Hold
That's why it's not complicated.
on. I want to go to Brother AJ, then I want to get down to Brother O'Shea Linux, and then we'll go around again. Go ahead, Brother AJ. Is he there? Brother AJ. You're muted. You're muted.
I don't think he's
Brother
there.
AJ. All right. Brother O'Shea Linux, man. You got it, man. Pull the trigger.
Good
good
evening.
with it, man?
How are y'all this evening?
What's
Look,
going
I'm
on,
getting
brother?
right on up into it. Look here. I did apologize for what I actually said. Nope, the first part of it. But now look, let's just be honest about this situation. Some of this emotion or passion that's being put out like this, I'm be honest with you. To me, it's coming off as false. Because see, whenever you talk about helping, then it comes up as everybody don't have time. We ain't talking about everybody. We ain't talking about most of your time. It ain't even a third of your time. But for somebody to put that much energy into it, but that's not personally involved in it, I see that honestly, I see it as just being fake. I see it as the lack of caring. Because see, now the same person that said that also said if these black boys actually wanted to do better, they would seek it out. And I'm saying to that person, if they actually truly wanted to help, if they really cared, then they would seek out avenues to actually help.
Okay. Caring and helping, caring and helping, caring and helping. When do we cut off the caring and helping to these young men? 18, 25, 32? You want to explain that to me? How long do I need to care? How long do I need to take away from what I have to do as a man in my life for the people I have obligations to care and take care of other people's children? Please explain that to me. And also explain to me, how much do I have to give of myself, my time, my money before I can be considered a good person? Let me know.
Let me piggyback on that, Nate. Here's the thing. If you're sitting up here as a black man telling another black man that wants to take care of his own family, raise his own kids, to be independent and raise his own kids and to be self-sufficient providers of this country, and you're shaming him because he doesn't want to be part of the community, what kind of black man are you? Are you saying that you want to go with this? You can't at one minute say, I'm done with this BW, hive mind BS, but at the same time, use her same shaming tactics to get at brothers that don't want to be any part of that. Donate, sure. But if a brother says, I want no parts of it, oh, well, let him be. If you want to go out there and help, cool, because we're all individuals and free thinkers, just like ACB told that buttermilk nigga Cory Booker earlier today or yesterday, whenever it was.
I'm sorry.
Now, can I reply to what Big Nate originally said? Can I reply to that?
Yeah, go ahead. Then we go back to Trade and Big Nate. Then I want to go back to my man, brother Perfect Black. Go ahead.
And let me reiterate to this. If you cared enough, you wouldn't be making the arguments that you're making, because they become mute when you really care enough. You're not enough. Nobody told you to neglect your family. Nobody told you that.
In order to do all this stuff for all these young men, the gentleman right up under T.P.O.T said, if you have to leave work, you have to be involved in these boys' lives. You have to be consistent. You're going to have to be there every time they need you. And I'm telling you, that's not realistic. I'm telling you, the vast majority of black men aren't going to be able to be there for that young man every time he needs him. How about we cut off the spigot? How about we stop these black women from creating these goddamn problems? Why don't we try and do that? But you guys like you just want to care and come and care and let me hold you and care and all this nonsense. Much of what you say is nonsense, sir. It's nonsense. Care and care and care. We've given trillions of dollars to caring in the welfare programs. Trillions. Tell me what we've produced from it. Tell me what good it's done. You can't, because there's almost none. Every now and again, you'll have a young woman that actually says, wow, I've gotten pregnant. I've messed up. Let me go ahead and take this opportunity while I can be on welfare for the next 3 years to go ahead and get a skill and then get me and my baby out of this fucking nightmare. But they don't do that. But you just want to come and care for all of these children that keep getting produced under all of these horrible conditions when you're not stopping the problem. All you do is talk about caring. That's all you got. I say it's time to cut the shit off and end it so we don't have any more boys we need to save. That's what I'm saying. Thank you.
Ooh, you put too much into that for somebody who don't care like that.
Bullshit. I go into these goddamn communities every few days. I drive into them. I see what's going on. There have been auto damage appraisals that have been robbed, that have been attacked going into these fucking neighborhoods. I am invested. I have 2 black children, a daughter and a son. I want them to be able to marry black people. I know what needs to be done. All you have is more rhetoric. Sir.
I'll just address the pink elephant in the room here. For the black men out there for the black men with sons, I got one of my own. I got 3 daughters. But for the black men with sons, and my son, I can no way and tell my 25-year-old son, hey, black chicks are overweight, and I know another, the rest of them, are mostly got a ratchet, badass attitude and on some fuck Cardi B, Megan Thee Stallion shit. Hey, son, go out there and choose one of them. Go look through the needle in the haystack for that one good one. Hell no. would tell him, cast your net far and wide. Do not bring any strag shit. I don't care what color she is up in my house. Cast your net far and wide, get a good traditional woman, and bring me some grandbabies that know how to act. So you know what? I can sustain themselves. You know, simple as that. What's wrong with wanting to do that? And if I got time, go coach some little league. If I got time, go donate to Information Man's charity, what him and the Alphas are doing. If I got time. If I don't, oh well. I gotta take shit.
You're fading in and out there, brother Trey.
How are you gonna tell these dudes to go out and get one of these fat ratchets?
Question: who's telling you to go out and get a? Who's telling people to go out and get a fat ratchet? Seriously, who's telling that?
How many black women are overweight? What's the percentage of black women that's overweight?
No, that is not the question. The question is who's telling
No, I'm
you
telling you, got brothers, yes, all over this goddamn internet. All over this goddamn internet. Now, you tell me 86% of black men, 86% of black men want to get with black women. Who's going to tell them to lose fucking weight, fucking stop eating fast food, goddamn don't use your fucking WIC check or your EBT card to eat fucking damn marshmallows.
I do.
Freaking corn pops 24/7.
And so that, according to
Hey.
Ray for that position, so we can have intact families where the little boys don't need mentors. That's how you'll solve the problem. Producing women that can be married, women that are functional, women that are not chaotic, and they can be married, and we can produce intact nuclear black families. That's the ultimate answer to this. Not continuing to save the boys that end up the product of these horrible fucking women. Period.
All right. Brother Perfect Black, what you got for me, man?
All right, man. I'm gonna say this and I'm gonna step down, man, because look, I'm not gonna. I haven't lambasted any black man. I don't like doing that for what they can and can't do. I was just answering the question. I was answering the brother's question about what would it, what were things that can be done, and I was answering the man's questions based off of my experience. Okay, look, I have a full life. I'm in the gym all the time. I've taken young brothers to my jobs. I've taken them to the gym with me. I've done a lot of things with these young brothers to get them away from the from these toxic women. Okay. Because I know, they are overweight, and I won't date them. I won't fuck with them. Matter of fact, I tell these boys, leave these goddamn women alone. Leave them the fuck alone. And when you get to be a certain age, to where you are thinking about marriage and all of that, you go get you a black woman that is not of the American culture. I am for replacing their asses. But I'm also not going, as a man, as a black man, I cannot ignore the plight of these boys when I'm seeing it every day. I'm a football coach, and I use coaching football as a way to get to the minds of these boys because I see that they need it. I see a need. I was born and raised in St. Louis, and I was raised in foster care. And for me, I wouldn't be where I'm at now, but for another family, in particular, a man, taking me up under his wing, whooping my ass when I needed it, in a time where you could put your foot knee deep off into your kid's ass when they needed it to be. And I'm glad that he did. I thank God that he did. And for me, I see this as paying it forward. For me, I put in a lot of time. Yeah, I got a family. I got a daughter, and I've told my story. With about my daughter, with the struggles that I have with trying to stay within her life because of my ex-wife doing every goddamn thing she can, including up until today, to keep me out of my daughter's life. I spend in excess of $31,000 just to stay involved in my daughter's life, but I still find time to be involved with other people's kids. Yes, I do, and I don't apologize for it. And I encourage other brothers to do the same. Now, I don't lambast another man who don't want to do it. I don't say that they're wrong. I don't say that they are that they should be shamed. I was just answering the brother's questions about what would it take. And I'm telling you that's what it would take. I know because I've seen the success. Have I had some failures? Absolutely. But I have a few, more than a few, that I can point to that are success stories. And more than a few that are ongoing or that are success stories in progress. I can say that. And see, for me, when I see that those men succeed, then that's all that I need. It is, one of the more fulfilling things that I've ever experienced was being in a Walmart and a guy come up. He's about 6'5". I'm a 5'8.5". He's like 6'5". He come up to me. I don't even remember who this kid is, and he can spout out everything that I've said to him. That I always say to a lot of these boys on the football field, or just mentoring them on the phone or anything like that. He said, "Coach, I remember that you told me pain is weakness leaving the body." He said that I remember that, and he went to he's a biologist now. I barely remember that kid's face. That has happened to me on more than one occasion. For me, that's all the currency, that's all the pay that I need. For a grown man to let me know that some of the things that I've drilled into him has helped him and has kept him off the street, and he had a single mother and all this other type of stuff. And the particular kid that I'm talking about, he was raised with a single mother, and his mother had a girlfriend, and he was just kind of really questioning himself because of that.
Damn.
But because I stayed in his life, or because I stayed in his ear, and again, I don't even remember. I didn't even remember. I couldn't even recall the kid at the time. I didn't tell him that, but I couldn't recall the kid. When I take that stuff home and I think about it and I dwell upon it, for me, I have to say that that's worth it. That's worth the time. That's worth the commitment. Now, I can't say what another man should or shouldn't do. And I would never ever tell him, I would never shame a man for saying that he doesn't have time or he can't or he doesn't. I would never do that. I would never do it. And I would say shame to the men that would. But I'm saying with me, from my experience, it takes time, it takes commitment. Like I said, I have a full-time job. I have a full career. I don't have a job, I have a career. I don't have to live on the south side of Chicago. I can live in the suburbs. I choose to live on the south side of Chicago because for me, in my opinion, from the way I see it, we're not going to solve the problem by integrating out. We're not going to solve the problem by gentrifying ourselves. We're not. I'm sorry. That's just my opinion. I'm not saying it to shame nobody else. That's just my opinion. Okay.
So, Perfect Blackness, question for you: where the women gonna come from? Perfect Blackness.
What do you mean? Where are the women going to come from?
For this community that's not gentrified, this community that's not, assimilated into, full American culture, where are the women going to come from if we know that the women in the community are mainly fucked up?
Well, like I said, and I'm going to say it again, I advocate for the better men among us to seek out black women of other cultures.
For the black men that can't travel. You got a young brother that got his life together with a felony that can't travel.
I didn't travel. I didn't travel to meet my South African wife. I didn't have to travel. There are other ways to do it.
Well, this, if I could chime in, this is the problem. Again, what you're doing, no one is going to say anything negative about what you're doing, Perfect Blackness. But this is the problem. And I would like the men who think like him to address this honestly. If 77% of black children are being born out of wedlock, we don't have nearly enough black men to address this problem. Black children.
I'm not advocating.
Let me finish.
Hold on, because what you're
Can I
asking
finish,
for
please,
is impossible. You're asking for. You're asking for them.
I appreciate
all I'm
you
saying
letting
is
me
what
finish,
I
sir.
can do, and all I'm advocating is what for you, the individual black man, can do. I'm not saying go out and solve 70% of the issue. You're not going to be able to do that. Like I said, I have my failure. I've seen some guys that I've mentored that have been failures.
So you're not going to be able to do it.
If you're looking to try to solve everything, well, we can't solve everything, so don't do anything. Yeah, that is a losing argument.
So you're not going to be able to do it. You've acknowledged that, right?
No, I didn't see. No, see,
That's exactly
that's not what I
because
said.
you're not
I
going to be
said do what you can. If I'm not going into it
doing
saying I'm
what
going to
we
solve
can is
70%
not going to
or
solve the
80%
problem.
or even 50% of
Doing what
the
we
at
can
need
is
black
not
boys.
going to
I'm not
solve
saying
the
it.
problem.
That's
These
not
boys are
that's
going
not
to
even my goal. My goal is to fit. My goal is to do what I can.
And that's exactly what you should do. But the problem is you're moving a beach one grain of sand at a time. That's what helping this one
But then
gentleman
so
and
be
this
it.
one gentleman.
Then so be
If
it.
you
If all
don't
I can
stop,
move is just one
my
beach sand at
contention
a time,
is
then so be it. Then I'm
my
gonna move
contention
one
is
beach
you're
sand at
not
a time with the
going to
life that
solve the problem
the good
until
God
you
has given
stop
me
these
a
women
life to draw
from
breath.
producing these children. The problem is the women. The problem is the culture.
I don't disagree with you right there about the women.
So that needs to be where
no
black men's focus needs to be on changing that more than it is saving a young man here and there. If we could change the culture and we could change the thinking, we could change.
I don't think
we could prevent this
what
from
I'm saying.
happening to hundreds of
What I'm saying
thousands
is
of young
that
boys.
I don't think that the mass majority of black American women are even savable. They're not dateable. Don't excuse me, brother. Don't fuck them. Don't put your reproductive tools in them. Don't even mess with. If you're not dealing with them outside of a professional manner, leave them the fuck alone.
Well, that needs to be the message you pump, because many of those women are getting dick all the time with no problem, sir.
Then
they're making more children that people need to go and save. I would rather we put our efforts into stopping the production of these types of children. Let's focus our efforts on that.
How do you do that?
Saving one
how do you do
at
that?
a time here
I got the answer. Hold on, I got the answer for that.
You put them all in.
Hey, perfect blackness. I got the answer, bro. I got the answer. Here, the thing is, I know I hate going into policy, y'all, because I swear I'll never do it. But first thing that has to end is welfare. It has to end.
I agree.
In these communities.
You won't get no argument from that. Matter of fact, I would say get rid of all welfare. Get rid of
these communities have to be broken
that is not going to stop them from producing the type of boys that they are producing.
In time,
that the society is serving these boys up to be slaughtered. That's not going to stop.
So we've lost a couple generations. We got to take the L.
The boys as they come by the tens of thousands. Just keep trying to treat them. That's the answer.
We got to take the L on a couple generations and say, look, these 5, 6-year-old, 7-year-old boys, look, raise them up to be this way. Boom. And then these women, look, you're cut off. Okay. You open your legs, you're going to be like you're in a third world country. You know what happens, perfect blackness, in those third world countries, with those women that want to be loose, they get cast out on the streets.
Yes,
and these women start seeing that, trust me, they'll close their legs.
Yes, they do. And I say we in general, we as black men in this country haven't done that enough. See, we need to bring back shaming.
I agree.
We need to bring back fat shaming. We need to publicly fat shame and that type of stuff. But we won't do it.
It starts by not voting Democrat. How about that?
Unless
Democrat.
Brothers, I do need to go. But unless and until we do that, we got to try to save the me personally, I cannot ignore the needs of the youth, in particular black male youth. The girls, they got all kinds of resources. Black boys have no resources. And I cannot sit and just watch what's going on with these boys and do nothing. That's just me. I can be wrong. You guys may disagree with that, and that's fine. But I personally cannot sit back and do nothing. And
no one's saying what you're saying is wrong. I'm saying it's not feasible. Your way of handling things is not feasible. There's no way to do it the way you're talking about doing it.
I think you misunderstand, because I'm not trying to save the entirety of all black boys. I'm trying to save and do whatever I can for everyone that comes across my eyebrow.
I want the production of these young men to stop. That's what I want.
I want the production of these young men to stop too, but I also recognize that I can't do all of them. I can only do with the ones that I can physically
stop them from being produced. Let's stop
the biggest
young men from being produced.
Well,
the biggest
I
resource
gotta,
these
I gotta
young
go,
men can
brother.
have.
It's late enough. I gotta go, brother.
okay then.
All
Okay
right,
then.
brother, Perfect Black. I appreciate you, brother.
Perfect
All right,
Black.
man.
Take care, brother. So then
Peace.
Peace out, perfect blackness.
I agree with you. So the first way that we stop the production is that black men have to, and you've said this, black men have to stop laying down with these females who don't meet the requirements. And that means what? That means what, brother? We got to get the thirsty gene out of our damn self. We have to, part of being a man is being able to somewhat control yourself, somewhat use reason and logic. So therefore, for example, I have no desire to lay down with a female who does not meet my requirements whatsoever. And so therefore, like the brother said that was on Perfect Black, you may work with them in a professional manner at your job or whatever the situation is, but you know you're not going to date them. And when they start flirting with you and start talking about they want to give you some, don't do it. But that's the question is, how many black men are willing to reject the pussy that's thrown at them that you know you really don't want to have nothing long term with? How many?
And you can't beat it with the men. You got to beat it with the welfare, because these chicks know daddy government will be there. Because in the end, these dudes don't want these women. They just settling because mama told them they got to get with a black woman. And they used to auntie being 300 pounds and auntie always having a whole bunch of suitors coming through. So these black men get it in their minds that they got to settle.
But check this out, though, brother. Even if you got rid of welfare and all these social programs that they're sucking off of, if you got rid of it tomorrow, people still gonna be fucking. Yeah, it doesn't mean that sex ends. So even if you get rid of the social programs, once again, black men in general, don't lay down with the unqualified females, because sex is still going to happen whether there's a government cheese or not. Because let's be honest, people been fucking for centuries.
Well, brother Info, let me jump in here. Okay, I'm with you there. You know, you say, brothers, hey, look, quit laying down with these subpar, overweight women with bad wigs, flip flops, and pajama pants on. But
see it every day.
But does that have to be taught to brothers? All right, I asked that question. Like, can we just get on here and say, okay, brothers, don't do it? Or because see me, I don't really give a shit about grown people. I mean, I'm so beyond grown people. I think that our answer to solving a lot of black society's problems lies with the children. I'm a true believer of that it lies within the children, the ones that are already here, along with the ones that will arrive here in the future. Because I'll go back to what Frederick Douglass says, and I say it a lot. It is easier to raise strong children than it is to repair broken homes. So,
well, then, brother,
he didn't say the homes part.
Now we're caught. We're in a big conundrum here now, brother, because what you're saying to change it requires what? Men who are willing to mentor and teach these young men what it is to be a man and the type of women that they should look for. So that first starts with your family. So if I have a son or I have a family, I have to first teach my daughter or my son the principles, right? So that's my first responsibility. But the other kids that are not biological, guess what? They're going to still go out there and screw with these kind of females, because why? There's if no men go out there and talk to them, the ones that can be talked to, then they're going to repeat the same shit, and these same females are going to continue to get pregnant. So brother Nate, even though what you're saying, you're making great points tonight, it goes back to full circle. As long as we don't somehow try to deal with the young men that can be dealt with, we're not going to save the whole community, but those that we can work with, we can cut the cycle down a little bit, because
shouldn't we be pressuring? Shouldn't we create a call to action that men, because when we think about men, all right, coming into these children's lives, who is the first man we should be knocking on their door? these children's fathers.
And where are they? That's the
these
question.
children's fathers should
And
be
where
the
are
first
they?
one.
Well, they have
right.
5 other baby mamas. That's the problem.
Yeah.
They have multiple baby mamas, multiple children everywhere.
Yes.
That's the problem. And
that is a problem. That is a problem because, see, when we talk about the amount of children who don't have fathers in their lives, these children are being created by a very small percentage of black men.
Yes,
There's a very small percentage of black men who are just like out of the kid's life. They got 35 baby mamas. Now, I know on the internet, everybody thinks it's all of us, but it's actually a very small percentage. So
Hey, X,
go ahead. Go ahead.
can I drop I just got to drop something huge in here. Big, huge, another elephant in the room. Black people didn't have these problems between like 1870 and 1890. And this is part of the brainwashing that's been going on for 60 years. Black people, if the culture is going to change, have to return to conservative, traditional values. And that's why black people were so straight between 1870 and 1890 when all the rough shit was going on, even during Jim Crow.
What was the first thing, gentlemen? What was the first thing when black people came out of slavery into Reconstruction? The first thing that they did was to stabilize family by getting married. That's why you didn't have the fuckery, because there was a respect for the institution of marriage, the institution of family, and the institution of respecting men as being the lead of the family, and women knew their place and knew their roles. But we live in a society today where shit, you can marry a dog, you can marry a cat, you can meow and you can touch it.
You don't have them problems. Ask Nate. You don't have them problems when you got conservative traditional values. When you're a brother, when you're an SYSBM brother, you can read the tenets, SYSBM. And this is why there's beef with SYSBM. It's straight up in the tenets. When you go from a woman from another culture or even a BW, they must meet conservative traditional values. That's one of the tenets.
And keep in mind that there is a political party that is promoting the marrying of dogs and cats and men can be women and all this other madness. You can't vote for that party and be against the culture that that party promotes. I'm not telling you to vote Republican. Just sit it out if you can't bring yourself to vote for a Republican. But if you pull that lever for the Democrat Party, that's what you're voting for. You're voting for more single motherhood, more open borders, more boys being girls. That's what you're voting for. Culture. Our culture has to change. We have 60 years of complete allegiance to this party that has devolved into this pack of lunatics that are telling boys they can be girls, telling girls to hate men, and promoting telling men they can go in bathroom with your 4-year-old daughter. Dude, you cannot vote for this party and say that you're against the culture that it produces.
I agree with you that
I have to agree with that.
The political parties are a complete mess. I completely agree with you there. But historically, when it came to black people, because we were left out of this society, we weren't allowed to vote, we weren't allowed to play a role in this society's political system, black people did that quite naturally, which was what? A sense of understanding that there was an importance of family. I am because you are, and you are because I am. They had a unity. That's why I had brought up that issue about unifying. That it took unity for them to do what they did, an understanding of how important that was for them to do what they did, despite not being a part of the political process at that time. So you may say that's a conservative value that's linked to the Republican Party, but black folks
Republican Party, just conservative values.
Yeah, blacks were Republicans from.
I understand that black people were first Republicans, but however, if you look at black culture in general, even before you put political parties in it, black people in general, we've always been more on the conservative side culturally, even before you talk about politics, sir. That's all I was about to say. So we're not. I'm not disagreeing with
Okay,
you.
question. What is the problem? What is preventing us from going back to conservative, traditional values? I'll
Because
tell
we're
you.
living in Babylon, brother. Like
No,
I
it's
said,
the
in
women,
dogs
bro.
and cats.
It's the women, bro. It's the women.
That's part of
It's that-
Babylon.
Oh, my
What is-
bad. You're right. My
No,
bad.
listen
You're
to
right.
what I'm
My
saying.
bad. You're right.
So
You
y'all
got
be
me.
jumping. Y'all be trying
Trey.
to jump on me like, look, what is Babylon? Babylon is what? Everything's out of control. Women are out of control.
Oh, I know. I got you.
Why
It's the
did,
women.
why
Trey,
did God
what stops
destroy those
Trey, what
kingdoms?
stops us-
Because
don't
people
you
were out
think-
of control.
Don't you
stops
brothers
us-
think?
Go ahead.
Don't you brothers think that the reason that black people back in the day, if you go back, 100 years or more, and black people were more together, there were more marriages, and about 80% of children were being born out of, from
In
a
wedlock.
married couple, in wedlock, in a married couple setting. And don't you believe that the reason why that was is because that was one of the few things that black people had control over as a collective and
Yes.
individually. Now,
Yes.
black people, we can pretty much do whatever the hell we want for the most part. So when we had less control over things outside of black society, we were more focused and more together. But when we got integrated and we could, we fought to work where white folks work, eat where white folks eat, ride on the bus with white folks and travel and do all this shit. Now we have a little bit more control over our lives. So that brought us to a point where we said, you know what? We're going to do more choosing of other shit as opposed to choosing the family, a marriage, raising children, living in communities all together and all that kind of stuff. Because if you go back 100 years or so, I mean, I live in a mixed neighborhood now. I wouldn't be able to live here. I'd have to live where there's all black people. Right?
So those black people lived in communities individually. Each black man, it might have been crap, but each black man took care of his own house, took care of his own yard. The white took care of own kids.
Mm-hmm.
That's how it was then.
Have y'all seen there's footage of these 130 black settlements that existed from the late 1800s to the early 1900s? There's video in the early 1900s of it. You had black men, our communities, we had 30 grocery stores. We had 3 or 4 dentist offices. We had 5 hotels. I've seen video of black men in overalls with a shirt and tie underneath it and a brim on their head. So even though that brother works, who knows what kind of job, you had dignity.
Right.
You had a man acting and dressing like a man is supposed to, even in a pair of fucking overalls. This brother had a shirt and tie underneath his overalls.
But remember, at that time, when black folks were living under those conditions and having dignity, it was being dictated by the culture of society, because most men at that time, and even white men, would wear suits and hats and certain things like that. So it was the culture in society that dictated the things that they valued. What we have today is a modern day Babylon in which nothing is sacred anymore and there is no standards. You can be a dog, a cat.
On the left, on the right, it ain't like that.
Hear me through. Yeah, you could say that the Republicans have certain
Not the
values.
Republicans.
They do
Not
talk
Republicans.
about. Let me say this, because I'm saying Republican because oftentimes people who identify themselves as conservative or Republicans will say that they're for family values and things of that nature, and they're pro-life. So what I'm saying is that represents what? A value. They're trying to maintain values, principles, and a culture. However, although they may represent it and say they do, the overall society that we live in, called America, in itself is corrupted, and it is a Babylon, which is a cesspool.
Information, man, that is an excuse. It is split right down the middle. The last election showed you that this country is split down the middle.
You're missing my point.
I get your point, information, man. I'm over here on the right, bro. I'm not a Republican.
Sir, Wait, hang on. One, I never claimed what your political affiliation is, and two, you're missing my point because I'm going
I get
beyond.
your point. You're saying that what you're saying the
let me
country is
finish. Let me
Babylon.
finish what I'm saying.
I'm telling you, the country
It's
is not
bigger.
Babylon.
It's
Half
bigger
of
than
the country
sir.
is Babylon, and 96% of black women belong to that Babylon you speak of.
Sir. I'm not debating with. See, this is where you get me all twisted. I haven't once on this platform tonight made anything indifferent as it relates to women, black women in particular, being out of control. I'm not arguing any of that. I'm just saying if you get outside of politics and all these things that separate us and put us in little boxes. I'm a Republican, I'm a Democrat, I'm black, I'm white, I'm this, all these things that put us in boxes, and just look at overall the society that we live in, the culture. It was like I said, there was a time when all men wore suits and wore hats. And there was a time that if a woman wore a pair of pants, that was seen as not feminine and she was looked down upon. Look at today, everybody can be whatever they want, do whatever they want. I'm saying overall that we're living in a modern day Babylon, which has destroyed the culture that which is part of why we have the problems that we have today. That's all I'm saying, brother. That's all
I'm saying is that ever since I came on these platforms 3 months ago, I've been saying it's not policies that are going to change things. It's changing the culture and the behavior. That's what needs to be changed, period.
Here's one difference from back then, information man, is now we have choice. You have choice whether you want to be in Babylon or you got a choice whether you want to move into the suburbs, get a house, get some land, build you a business, and dress in a suit, dress in some slacks, not have your pants sagging off your ass. It's a choice.
Right. Today you got more choice to do whatever you want. That you're really making my point, brother. Back in the day, as I said before, the culture and the community dictated the values. So back in the 40s and 50s, none of us could walk around with our pants below our ass like we have a bowel movement. We would be shunned. If a woman got pregnant, for example, I give you a perfect example and I'll be quiet. I know you're tired of hearing me, but I gotta bring this up. When you look at Rosa Parks, the reason why Rosa Parks was put forth, there was another young lady who happened to be a teenage that was pregnant, and they originally wanted her to be the one to stand up and not sit in the back of the bus.
Yvette Colvin was her name, right?
But they didn't want to go with her because at that time the black culture dictated
she was a baby mama.
That
she was a baby mama, wasn't she?
Right. At that time, and within our culture in America and in black culture, it was a shame for a young lady to be pregnant. So they went with Rosa Parks because she had a cleaner background. And she worked with the NAACP as a secretary. She had a clean background. That is because culture dictated that. Values dictated that. Okay? That's the point. Today, it's no big deal. Okay? That's why we got the WAP. That's why we got Meg Thee Stallion. That's why we got Meg Thee Stallion and we got Cardi B, and people celebrate that shit. And then then the Democrats give us some goddamn video where you got black women stripping, talking about run to the polls. See?
You got Kamala Harris thanking Megan Thee Stallion for telling black people to get out and vote. You got black women on black Twitter and even all these effeminate men going ham on ACB. I like the most perfect white woman you could ever imagine. Like, the chick has no skeletons. And you got black women and effeminate black men going ham on her. Because she's going to take away abortion rights. Because you know what? She's going to take away these young women from killing black babies. What? I'm like, what planet am I living on?
Right.
Yeah, I came into this space really pushing this issue of abortion. I'm not saying other brothers weren't talking about it. But 3 months ago, I came into the space, and every opportunity I got, if it fit the context of the conversation, I pushed the issue of abortion. I don't know how anyone ignores these issues, and this is just my problem with brothers that are just focused on treating the problem. Oh, let's help the boys. Let's help the boys. Let's help. You keep putting all this focus and onus on helping these children, and they get produced every year by the thousands and thousands and thousands. And to address something you said earlier, information man, you know, you cut off the welfare, eventually these women are not going to have these children. These women have children to get more welfare, many of them.
I get it, but some of these women, not only are they having sex to get more welfare, but we must be honest, some of these women are hoes. And they like, and this is, and you know, because of the profession I go into, people use sex to medicate themselves. So if you got women that are broken, they're going to use sex to have the kids for the money, to try to see if they can trap the man and get money out of the man, and also to medicate themselves. People do it with drugs, alcohol, and sex. That's the reason why I was saying, even if you got rid of welfare programs, you would still have ratchet women that would still utilize sex with men as a way to still medicate themselves.
Nope, it's hard to be ratchet.
Because,
Living on the streets of San Francisco.
Wait a minute. You're telling me that people, wait a minute. You're telling me an activity that people have been doing for thousands of years, sex.
It's not the sex
is going to stop,
man. It's the irresponsible sex. They can have sex all they want if they protect themselves. You can screw every guy in the neighborhood.
So
Wear
you're
a
saying,
condom.
so you're saying if they get, if you cut the welfare off, these same women who are not, these same women that are not responsible now, are going to all of a sudden be responsible?
They're not responsible because they have to
be on the street. There's no cause and effect.
But
remember, cause and effect is racist. Cause and effect does not apply to black people.
But it still doesn't change.
Remember that the African American history.
I get what you're saying,
said
brother.
that.
But it still does not change the fact that you're still dealing with females who make bad decisions, and those same females who make it when they get a check from the government will still maintain bad decisions and have babies.
There's plenty that won't information.
Yes, but there's still females.
Fewer boys that need to be saved.
There's still females who make bad decisions with guys and get themselves pregnant. Even females who have education.
Are you arguing in favor of keeping the welfare?
Wouldn't it be less of them though? If there wasn't so many incentives to do it, wouldn't it be fewer of them though?
This is what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying. One, I did not say that I'm giving. I'm saying I'm not promoting the incentive. What I'm simply saying that you have to keep an account. There are different types of females, and different types of females have sex for a variety of reasons. Some for the welfare state because they get the extra money. Okay. Then there's some that do it because they want to hold. They got some guy they're in love with, so they let the guy impregnate them, thinking that the baby's gonna hold them there. All right, that doesn't work sometimes. Then there are women who are just plain whores, where they go out to the club, they sleep with men, and then they end up pregnant. You know, I've seen this growing up from the early '80s when I don't know what. I remember in the early '80s when we had teenage pregnancy running rampant in the black community back in the early '80s, and a lot of it was because you had young ladies having unprotected sex, having a good old time. This is before we talking about teenagers that before they even were part of the welfare system. Their mother might have been on welfare, but not them.
Which
they were out there partying.
I'm glad you brought that up.
I'm saying this to say that a lot of these young girls getting pregnant is because they were experimenting with sexual pleasure at the time.
Okay,
so
here
I'm
you
saying
go.
you're still going to have women getting pregnant for the sexual pleasure. And we really don't, and gentlemen, wait a minute. We really don't know that because we don't have any statistical data.
We do. The data is there.
Let me finish what I'm saying. We don't have any statistical data to prove that out because why? They haven't shut the welfare system off.
So let's
and,
put our efforts
and to the point where so we don't have that in reality to be able to look at that.
Doing that.
We need. Do you know what is it? What is?
Here's the thing: women of affluent white women were not getting pregnant. The white chicks I went to college with, the biggest sluts on the planet, weren't getting pregnant.
Thank you.
These white chicks were using birth control. They knew that, oh my God, I got to be a slut. But come graduation time, I got to be an angel to secure me a Chad who's going to marry me.
Let me ask you this fundamental question. Just hear me out. Of those white women, those white girls who would avoid getting pregnant, but they would be the biggest freaks. how many of those white girls actually came from either money or well-to-do families or a middle-class background where they had something to lose versus black females who come from a low socioeconomic background where they really don't have anything to lose because they know that Uncle Sam will give them a check.
No, they have something to gain by having a baby, sir.
That's what I'm trying to say. You're missing my point. You're missing my point. You just made my point. The black girls who come from no money will have more of an incentive to get pregnant versus the white girl who's the slut who has everything to lose because her family will disown her because her daddy is a CEO at a company or she comes from middle class.
No, it wasn't that.
A role. That does play a role.
They had to know that they weren't going to secure a man. They were raised by their dads, and they know I'm not going to get a man like my dad if freaking Billy knows I've been banging every single
so because
they my school.
Right, because they know that there's a punishment and there's also some loss to their reputation within their community. They're going to be more willing to protect themselves.
Now these black chicks from the 80s and 90s, when I was coming up, were getting pregnant by all these cookies in the hood. And these are chicks that came from them same affluent black families.
Right. And they and these but also there was also a benefit because either you get the welfare, and then let's be honest too. We had people in some of these black communities that would reinforce the behavior and say, it's okay, baby. We're going to take care of the baby. You're going to have the baby. You're going to raise the baby. That kind of stuff was going on too. So now it was being reinforced because, well, my mama and daddy are going to be willing to help me out with the baby, even though I'm a teenage I mean, these things happen, sir. These things do happen. Yes.
Hey, you're proving our point now. It's the culture.
But the thing is, I'm not trying to argue your point. I'm simply saying when you look at white girls versus black girls, white girls, there is no incentive for them versus black girls getting the incentive of getting welfare check. White girls have more to lose because a lot of times some of these white girls that are loose like this come from affluent backgrounds. I've seen this growing up too. All of them, but some.
Hold up. I want to get Brother AJ in here. I think he back. Brother AJ, you back? Brother AJ?
Yeah, I'm here.
Right, go ahead, brother.
I'm listening. I'm trying to figure out information, man. I'm agreeing with some things he's saying, and the other thing towards with the white people influence, I kind of disagree. But I'm gonna go ahead.
It's understandable. It's okay.
No, I'm gonna go ahead and let you finish. Because honestly, my apologies. I was trying to see if anybody had any questions for me, anything.
Well, AJ, we need to hear you speak, brother. But I'm not making excuses for black women's fuckery. Mm-hmm. I'm just saying if you take certain women of certain races who come from a certain background, they have a little bit more to lose if they come home and tell their family or their father, I'm pregnant, versus a black girl who's been raised by her mother where the father's not in her life and she saw her mother getting welfare checks. So she sees that as, okay, this is my ticket. And then we can't forget that there are a lot of black girls who have babies as well because they want something that's going to love them because they've got all kind of other emotional pain over bad relationships that they had with guys. So they have these babies because the baby is going to love them and love them back. That's another component to this as well, psychologically.
I don't even think that happens that often anymore.
Well, it happened in the 80s when I was coming up.
These young women do not love these children.
Right. Well, Big Nate, you remember that's kind of how me and you kept going back and forth because that's why I was saying it started from the household. Usually who's in these households. So, I mean, like we got generation of welfare mothers.
Thank you.
I try not to dive into that because, like they'll turn around and say, well, you hate black women and all this shit.
We got to stop caring what they say, AJ.
No, I agree with you. I totally agree with you. That's why I try to leave that alone. But when with you and him having that discussion, I kind of was trying to stay out of that. I was going to let him just finish saying what he got to say. I was just trying to see if anybody have any questions for me. Because I ain't gonna lie, I've been sitting up here on my phone caking and doing some other shit.
Hey, but I will tell you this though, from our generation, I'm Nate's age. From our generation, when them single moms had babies, you had grandmas from the silent generation that were willing to take care of them kids because they believed in shame.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And now grandma's 37. The daughter that just had the baby is 17.
Right.
And grandma's 37, y'all. 37. Hell, some grandmas, I knew a grandmother that was 32.
Right.
Yeah.
Had her baby when she was 16. Her 16-year-old daughter had a baby when she was 16. 32-year-old grandmother.
Oh, yeah.
It's the culture.
Right. It's the culture.
Any black man in the space talking about we need policies, we need policies, we need policies.
Right.
You can have policies, but it is not going to change the behavior. We have to push the culture in the right direction, and it's going to take men not caring what other people are going to say about them to do that.
Right. You don't have the old school grandmothers as you had before that would hold the young ladies accountable for how they carried themselves, and it is men. But it gets back to what you just said, Nate, and I got to bring you back to it, and that is we got to stop pumping these types of females. And the question is, how many men out here are willing to put their sexual desire to, because, let's keep it real. You got guys out here that will hit a female, if she got a big booty. You may not be that attracted to her. You may not go and date her and take her out, but you might say, you know what, let me just hit it. And, just as long as nobody see me, let me do my thing, and then I'll be out the back door, right? That happens. So how many of us are willing not to do that back door shit no more? Don't mess with chicks that are not what we like. Don't hit it. Don't creep at the late night. Leave it alone, period.
Wait, hold on. But see, hold on, information, man. This is where you go wrong at.
I'm just throwing it up as a question, brother.
But who we talking about that's doing this? They're dysfunctional. This is why I get. This is when I start getting angry, because usually who's the one that's impregnating these women? They come from the same household. These guys,
the same boys on the corner.
Yeah.
Well, but brother AJ, I brought that up because Nate had said that we got to stop giving these women penis. You hear what I'm saying? We got to stop having sex with these type of women. That's why I brought, because I thought he made a good point in saying that though.
I don't like I said, I don't disagree with him. But I'm like, we got to start talking to the boys.
And that was my point earlier. I brought AJ. You missed a lot of what I said. I had said Brother Nate was saying, look, we can't repair these boys out here. We got our family to take care of. We got to move on from this type of stuff because we can't fix these young boys. Okay. Well, you did say that we can't save all these young men.
Black men will not have the time to devote that level of time to a young man. That's what I said.
So, Brother Nate, so when you made the statement, I mean, I didn't paraphrase you completely, but I get where you're coming from. So when you made the statement that we got to stop pumping these women, that's when I said earlier, AJ, well, then it's all full circle. That has to start with, Brother X said, well, how do we deal with the boys then? Because if we as men don't teach these young men or mentor them, they will grow up and they will still pump them.
Here's the situation. You got to lose a couple generations, because right now, I'm going to tell you, music videos, porn, freaking TV commercials, everything is fat black women.
Are you kidding me? We have lost enough generations. You
can't. It's got to go.
These dudes we on our third phase of welfare, man. Generation welfare. We on our third, bro.
You gonna fix these 20 and 30-year-old pookies. It ain't happening. These niggas is set in their ways. They gonna keep on smashing these freaking land whales.
This language. Yeah, kill me with this shit. What you talking about?
You gonna stop these young dudes from? You gonna stop these young 20 and 30-year-old pookies from smashing these land whales?
At least can we finally address it? Because now we have a voice to address it, like we didn't have before.
I talk to these dudes. I talk to these dudes every single week, and they straight up tell me, "Damn, son, she thick, yo. Damn, son."
So when you talk to them, when you come up to them, say, "Hey, Pookie, man, bro, you could do better."
Nope, hell no. These niggas want to fight you. These niggas will kill over them big old fat chicks. They just gotta let them be. They happy. Fuck it.
BMG. I was on BMG's show a couple of days ago. BMG pulled up a mugshot of this dude that looked like Lazy Bone from Bone Thugs and Harmony, and it was on Facebook. And, you know, I guess women found him attractive. He had long hair. He had tattoos on his neck. And it was a mugshot. And BMG made a point of showing the 1,000 comments that women were making saying, well, I'll pay his bail, girl. Oh, he can come stay with me, girl. Oh, I'm sure what he did wasn't that big of a deal, girl. All these black women throwing themselves at this criminal because he was attractive to them. You're gonna
look at this. How many baby mamas and girlfriends did Rayshard Brooks, Jacob Blake, and freaking George Floyd have? All three of them. The three niggas that set this fucking country on fire this summer, all of them had multiple baby mamas, white girls, black girls, wives, all of them.
Y'all keep missing my argument.
I'm sorry, GMB. I apologize. Grown man business.
Y'all keep missing my argument. Like I don't get this shit. I keep saying it over and over and over again. Where do they come from? Broken homes. Just like
they come from these fat ass women. These ratchet women. That's where they come from. They broken homes. It's these ratchet ass women.
Well, it's broken homes. Is it not broken homes?
Hey, I don't consider broken homes. I'm unapologetically black male. I don't care about it. If you ain't 4%, if you're not a 4% black woman, fuck you. That's my feelings. If you're not a 4% black woman who's down that can freaking disavow all this fuck shit, fuck you. That's how I feel about these things.
I have yet to ask anybody to be apologetic to anything. See, it's this way y'all keep getting this.
But you want to go in and save these dudes, and I'm telling you, there's a generation of them that's unsavable.
I'm being direct. And all I'm saying is, like, I know where the dysfunction come from. I would hope that you know, because that's what y'all saying too. Okay, we need to stop saying, like, all right, we putting names on it, though. What I'm saying, like, okay, I'm trying to reach out to get more men that if I can get them to become leaders. That's all. That's the only thing I'm trying to do. That's the only thing I was speaking about.
That's the problem in our community. Oh, excuse me, if there is one, is that we reaching out to the wrong niggas to be leaders. You cannot get these dudes to be leaders.
That's fine. But I guarantee you, I can reach one. And I guarantee you, when I reach
you know what? If you can reach him, point him to Ben Carson. Point him to freaking daggone the Thomas Sowell. Yes, why not? Show them that black men that are doing something, that are doing big things versus LeBron James and freaking Jimmy Butler and Cam Newton. Point them to black men that are intellectuals.
Bro, I'm starting from.
Hold on a second. Let me shout out this super chat. Appreciate that $10 super chat, brother Zero. He says, so the conclusion is always the same, but somehow SYSBM, MGTOW, and the like are wrong for saying it 10 years ago. Everyone keeps concluding walk away. Everyone, then the conversation changes.
Listen. I'm trying to start from a grassroots thing. I'm just saying, look, I'm not that once we, like they say, you take the red pill, correct? That now you see reality. That's the only thing I'm trying to do, man. That's it. Once they get that, whatever decision they make from there, they do that shit on their own. At least I'm giving them an opportunity to show that it's better than what the fuck they've been told in them damn households.
Okay, AJ, question. When you point one of these brothers to Ben Carson, what's going to come out their mouth?
I don't care. What does... Oh, my God.
That doesn't matter?
Anything, bro.
Are you going to show them? You got to show them black men that are doing something. A black man that came from the hood in Detroit.
It don't matter. No. Let me get at him. It don't matter.
Why has it got to be just Ben Carson?
No, let me get at him. At least they
show that. There's a reason why you're bringing up Ben Carson because he's a conservative and all that kind of stuff. It could be any successful black man. Come on, man.
Okay,
it could be any successful black man.
Oh no, at least they did their due diligence. I don't care if they did their research. If that's the way they want to go, that's fine. I don't care.
I'm talking about you. Who are you going to point out to them to look up to? When you say, hey, Pookie, come here, man. I want you to go home, go on the internet and look up these dudes and tell me how they did it. I would not. Just like you. But I'll tell you what's going to happen. No, let me tell you what's going to happen. They're going to go back to their baby mama, their daggone mama that's 12 years older than them. Oh, Ben Carson. Oh, that sellout Uncle Tom nigga. Oh, who this nigga got you looking up? Some sellout coon like that. That's what's gonna happen.
Ice Cube can't even maintain his cred because he talks to the fucking president. These niggas, let these niggas perish. Let these stupid, misguided niggas that don't want to listen, let them go on about their business. I don't believe in this unity thing. I'm sorry.
No, Nate. I ain't gonna let you get away with that.
Bro, let me finish. You cannot let me get away with it after I finish.
It wasn't just
let me finish.
Nate, it wasn't just niggas though.
Let me finish, please.
Go ahead, bro.
Thank you. Jesus, I almost forgot about what the fuck I was gonna say. Look, I completely forgot. Just go ahead, man. I fucking forgot. Go ahead.
Hey, can you answer my question?
No, bro.
Y'all done made brother Nate forget what the hell he was gonna say.
Hey, Xavier, I'm worn out, bro.
No. So because you said
I'm worn out, bro.
You said these niggas. No, if I've been following that story about Ice Cube, and it wasn't just niggas over there on his Twitter down to him. You had these white liberals doing that shit.
Of course,
I don't give a fuck about them.
You know fuck them. You know they racist.
You got white brothers, including myself, that say fuck them too, man. I'm down.
What about the black people that attack him? Say that too.
So fuck, but I'm like you too. Fuck them.
Good, awesome.
You got niggas in the manosphere freaking making streams about him.
Okay, so what? I don't give a fuck about that.
But you're talking unity. But you're talking unity.
But can we agree to disagree? I mean,
of course.
If brothers,
you know I got man love for you, AJ. Of course.
But if they're being productive brothers and they sitting there talking about well, he shouldn't did that, I'm gonna listen to them because I don't got no problem with that. They're not being dysfunctional. They ain't being destruction. They ain't causing havoc.
But here's my issue with them is they got 18, 17, 18-year-old, 19-year-old black dudes ghost watching us. That's my issue. And these dudes that are ghost watching that are like, oh, damn, these brothers that are like 20 years older than me feel this way. Hell yeah, fuck that Ice Cube. He a sellout coon. I mean, even though Ice Cube's a fence sitter, you know, but he made an effort. He talking to the president. Oh, hell no. Orange man bad. He racist. You know what? Fuck that 500 Billy. We ain't getting none of that. We can't never get that. There's no opportunities for us. But that's all the shit you hear.
I ain't gonna lie, that's like, yeah.
But the fact of the matter is, you're gonna always have criticism. The thing that kills me about this is that we act as if there were no other presidents in that White House who took criticism from the black community. I mean, Reagan, black folks talked about him, his negatives. People talked about Bill Clinton's negatives when he showed his negatives. Black folks, we were very critical of George Bush Sr. and Jr. We used to say that Jr. couldn't talk. So what my point is that what I notice when it comes to Trump, because he's in the White House right now, anytime you have any negative critique, because that's what happens to any president in the White House, they all get critiqued. Nixon was critiqued, all of them. But it seems like when it comes to Trump, you can't have any critique on the negative side about him.
You can't.
Everybody else, everyone else. No. Every president has been critiqued for their negatives and their positives.
I got more respect for Clinton than I do for Obama.
Wait a minute. Black people were hard on Obama as well. We talked about him like a dog. Hell, I've talked about Obama. I've made critiques about Obama.
Kind of ridiculous, man.
So Harvard, I think that any president can be critiqued for their negatives and their positives.
They're not critiquing
all of them.
They're not
critiquing. Okay, I got a question for you.
We can all say, hey, Obama didn't do this.
Okay, information man.
So
I got a question
for you. Wait a minute. If I sit up here and say everything negative about Obama that he didn't do, that I had a problem with when he was president, do I or do I not have the right to make that negative criticism of him? Don't I? Okay, then why? Then when someone has something negative to say about Trump, why is it everybody gets triggered by you making negative comments about Trump if there's something about him that you don't like?
Insanity. Hey, here's my question for you.
Presidents have been racist in the White House, all of them.
Oh my man, come on, don't start that racist shit.
And I've called
niggas are the most racist against each other.
Argue with you.
Don't try that, man. Niggas are the most racist against each other.
Ronald Reagan was a racist to me. Bill Clinton was a racist to me. George Bush Sr. was a racist to me. Nixon was a racist.
Obama was the most racist.
That have been harmful to black people, as far as I'm concerned.
Obama didn't give a fuck about niggas, man.
I said, hey, wait a minute. Did I tell you that I was an Obama fan?
Saying is flawed, sir.
Did I or did I?
Hey,
not
I gotta
just
say,
say?
I got a question for you.
Did
it's
I?
Something,
or did
no,
I
my
not?
question for you, information man, is look.
No,
the plan is out there.
My question to you is,
why tell a young brother?
Did I not say?
It don't matter.
I said
why tell a young brother not to try
for Obama?
Why tell a young brother not to try?
Huh?
I'll ask Little Big Nate. Why tell a young brother if Trump puts this out there? Why tell a young brother, oh, don't even try? He racist.
No,
yeah, he giving you the opportunity, but don't try.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying
what you said, information man.
I'm not saying. Listen to me.
But no, that's what the majority of niggas is saying.
Young brother to different political philosophies. What I simply said is I've been noticing quite a bit that anytime you have anybody has any negative critique about Trump,
I can answer that if you let me answer.
As it relate, well, I didn't finish what I was saying, so that's the point right there. So when you have when anyone has anything negative to say about Trump, whether that he's a racist or that his political views, people get very triggered by that. As if we never criticize Reagan and all the rest of them. That's all I'm saying. All presidents are going to be criticized.
I want to address what you said. There's a difference with Donald Trump.
Oh, okay.
Let me explain why. No president has had 93 to 96% of the news spewed by over 90% of the media, which is liberal, to be 24 hours around the clock negative. That has not happened, as far as I know, in American history. Harvard did a study. So did Yale. They measured the amount of negative news given to you by MSNBC and CNN about Trump. It was effectively 93 and 96% of all they reported on the man was negative. Now, you have ignorant Black Americans. They've been polled. I saw the poll. It was in Time magazine. 57%, and this is before COVID. 57% of Black Americans said that the economy is worse under Donald Trump, when in fact, Black unemployment is at the lowest point in recorded history.
But you know why you'll get Black people that will say that?
Of the problem.
You know why you get Black people that will say that?
Because
Nate?
They're stupid.
Because wait a minute, Nate. This is the question. This is the question I have for you. You might have Black people who are not doing well, who still have criticism for Trump.
No, they watch MSNBC and CNN.
No,
come on, man. Your name information, man. You know this. You know niggas is sheep.
I didn't finish
niggas,
my statement.
Even up here, I'll point out somebody who I go at it with all the time is daggone Black Torch. Shout out to him. But guess what? Black Torch parrots every single point sounds like Rachel Maddow. I don't give a fuck, man. Are you gonna come up with something original? You know what me and him was going on?
I think I am coming to come up with something original. Like I said, every president that's been in the White House, Black people, you're going to always have a segment of Black people who will have something negative to say about that president.
Up their damn truck? Who's
I'm at the truck stop. I'm at the truck stop getting gas.
Brother Nate.
Debating. Wow.
Brother Nate. You were saying that Donald Trump has made unemployment very low for Black people. Can you tell me or anybody on the panel tonight or listening, what type of jobs did Donald Trump create? Did he create either high wage, livable jobs that you can raise a family off of?
No,
or are these service jobs?
Zero.
Let me finish.
He created zero.
Are these? Can I finish? I'm not going to get into a back and forth over you, man. I'm too grown for that. I'm then asking a question. If I can answer that question.
So how many jobs did he create with a livable wage?
I'm not answering your question when I got a question on the table right now, man. So I'm asking Nate. I wasn't even talking to you, man.
Oh, my bad.
So get the damn wax out of your damn ear. Now listen,
come
Nate,
on now.
this
See,
is the
man, that's
question.
that female
Because
energy.
because you
No,
cut me
that's
off
the
and I
female
told you that I
energy.
wasn't
No, I'm
talking
gonna
to
let you
you.
have it now,
So
information,
now,
man. That's the
I'm
female
gonna let you have
energy,
it right
and
now.
that's the problem.
I'm
That's the
asking Nate a
problem right
question.
there.
I'm
Information,
asking
man.
Nate a question, and you're
Niggas act
interrupting
like
when I'm asking him a
scrags.
question.
You're acting like a
So can I
scrag.
ask the question? Because that's all I
You're
was trying to
acting
do.
like a
I didn't put
scrag.
anybody
First thing you
down.
want to do is
I'm
go to
trying to
shaming
ask him a
tactics. Yes, you
question.
did. Like
I'm
you lied
asking him a
earlier
question.
and said you didn't say excuses. You used the term excuses in reference to daggone Nate. What's the problem with the opportunity?
Tell the truth.
And see,
Go,
this,
guys. Come
I mean,
this is
on,
the problem.
brother.
Information is power.
Come on, brother. Info.
Now, can I
Are you
ask
done with
Nate
the
a
nigga
question
shit?
without
Are you
being
done with the
interrupted?
nigga shit?
I'm
Are
gonna
you done
ask
with the nigga shit?
you know
Hey,
what?
T.P.O.T, let me jump in here. 'cause
Nothing
I'm
that
gonna
you're
get off.
saying to me is having any kind of effect,
Because,
sir.
man, because you
So,
know what,
Mr.
man?
Nate,
Because you
Mr.
started the
Nate,
nigga shit.
Mr.
You
Nate,
wanted to take it there.
Mr. Nate, Mr. Nate.
Podcast.
No,
Spotify. Anchor.
Now, I'm talking to Mr. Nate. I got respect for brother Nate because I'm not trying to deny that he didn't lower any black unemployment. I'm simply asking a question, which is,
I'm gonna drop it.
what are the type of jobs
Then we can talk.
that he created? Were they livable wage jobs? Were they just service jobs, which mean they were just minimum wage type jobs? Do we know exactly the type of jobs that he created that black people have benefited from that has put us in a better economic
Sure. I'll be
position?
happy to answer you.
Thank you. That's all I've been trying to ask you. Thank you.
No problem. First of all, the president does not, quote unquote, create jobs. The president creates an environment in which entrepreneurship can flourish and entrepreneurs create jobs. Mistake number one. Number two, Trump, through his policies, there have been 500,000 manufacturing jobs created. 500,000 in the past 4 years. What's his name? Barack Obama said, man, it's a myth. Manufacturing is not coming back to America. That's what he said. Donald Trump said, you're full of shit, and I'm going to show you that it can happen. 500,000 manufacturing jobs have been brought back to America. Did black people get all those jobs? No, I'm not going to be able to confirm that for you. But the president does not create jobs. The president creates.
Hey, Nate, let me tag team on that with you, Nate.
Hold
Hey,
on
Nate,
Hold on a second before y'all go, because brother O'Shea Linux got to go and he ain't said nothing in a while. You got anything you want to add before you peel out, brother O'Shea Linux?
Yeah, let me drop this in here. And look here, I don't mind sounding like a broken record when it's a good song. Look here. Until people are willing to truly care and put some effort behind that caring, things are going to continue the way they are going. And if we're not going to really care like that, then why are we making so much smoke? All right, I'm out. Hey, look at information, man. Boy,
Yes, sir.
We right there together, man. Look at AJ, man. I like your speaking points, bro. I like because it's real. Because I volunteer myself too, and I deal with people that don't have deal with people and don't have any children. I deal with children because hey, I would love one day for them to sit there and say, hey, I didn't kill you one day because you actually helped me out.
I appreciate that, man. Thank you, man. Thank you. I appreciate that.
All right, look, Big Nate and the other dude down there at the bottom. Y'all be easy.
No doubt, man. Take it easy, man.
Take it easy.
Nate, I didn't ask that
O'Shea
question because I was trying to be an ass or anything like that. And I understand. I've lived on the earth long enough to know that presidents create an environment and an incentive, especially when you deregulate certain things, to make it easier for businessmen to create jobs. Small businesses definitely create a lot of jobs for the everyday working class people. But my question was really more down to the grassroots level of, are these jobs in certain industries that black men are working on in which they can really take care of themselves and their family? Because so often in our society, they create jobs, and a lot of times some of these jobs are just service jobs that you really can't completely survive off of.
Well,
and it's
then
easy for politicians to say that they create jobs, you know?
Well, why don't black men develop their talents and skills and get in the free marketplace, and we can own businesses and maybe have higher paying jobs? So we're going to trip about the jobs that are created? Dude,
No,
I just
Nate,
don't
Nate,
understand.
Nate.
Here's the issue, yo. Look here.
I didn't
The
trip
information
off the
man.
jobs. That's why I asked you, what are the jobs? You're saying I'm tripping off the jobs that were
If
created,
they're low
but you
wage
still
Hold
didn't
on,
tell
Nate,
me
real quick.
what those jobs were.
If you come on panels and you got, like I said, you got young dudes ghost watching, and all they hear is this negative
I'm not saying
handout.
anything negative. I
Yeah,
asked the
bro, come
question.
on, man, negative.
I
You've been
asked the
talking
question.
negative handout
Nate said-
mentality, more
Nate said
handout
that-
mentality. Let me rock for a second. If you keep talking black folks handout mentality, these brothers will not go out and get the skills. Hey, let me rock
So
for
you're
a
saying I
second.
can't ask what the jobs are? How is that being negative if I'm asking what the jobs are?
Here's the thing. When you come with negative, dissenting attitudes towards going out there and getting it yourself, and just like Nate said,
Brother, I'm already getting it, brother. What are you talking about? I'm a
entrepreneurship.
professional. What are you talking about?
There you go. Go
what are you
hire
talking
some other
about? I've
brothers.
been getting it for
Boom.
I've been getting it for over 25 years in my profession. What are you talking about?
There you go. I ain't talking about you. I'm talking about all these young brothers that are listening. If you're doing it, don't tell other brothers. Don't stop talking about all this. Oh, crap.
I didn't say anything negative. I was asking what were the jobs? Do we know what types of jobs that he was helping to create incentives to be created? That's a very logical question to ask, especially if we're going to say that Donald Trump has made black unemployment go down. I would like to know if there are jobs that actually are putting black people in a good economic space.
The lowest recorded American unemployment for black people happened under Donald Trump. It's just a fact.
I'm not debating that. I just simply said, do
we
we know what those jobs are?
Instead of parsing out what type of jobs were they? Let's celebrate what the man was able to accomplish.
That never mind. I'm not going to ask the question. I think my question was a very logical question to say, I'm curious, because I've been trying to research it myself, and I've been having a hard time finding exactly the type of jobs that he or his administration created that is actually putting black
check
people
out the Department of Labor
in the middle class or upper middle class.
Breakdown for you, the Department of Labor. Go check it out.
Okay, so why would that be a bad question? That's not.
I didn't say it was a bad question, but you've said the question 10 times now.
You know why I've said it 10 times? Because you actually, brother, all due respect to you, Nate, you actually did not answer my question, and that's the problem when we start saying what someone does. If we can say what they're doing for us, we should be able to break down and see exactly what it is that they're doing for us at the tangible level. Meaning we should be able to identify those particular jobs that are actually put black people on the winning side.
Understood information. If we could just move on, bro. I hear you.
And I understand you want to move on because you don't have the answer to my question. But Brother T.P.O.T, thank you for letting me on tonight. Brother Nate, Nate, I'm giving you an invitation to come on my damn channel so I can interview you, because brother, even if we go back and forth with different philosophies, and even the brother that was on here a few minutes ago, guess what? I still respect everybody on the panel. Even if we may disagree about a few things, I got no problem, because I think a lot of things you said tonight was on point. And everybody in the chat room has been on point too tonight. This has been a great discussion overall.
I appreciate you putting your soundboard effects on display tonight.
I like the little last minute slight. That was smooth. That was smooth.
I appreciate it.
I don't hate nobody. Nate, I actually subscribe to the things that you were saying. Nate, the one thing that you said to me when I was on a panel with you for the first time that still stays in my head, when you broke down the fact that, no, these women are having kids by the same dude, multiple women. That stuck with me very well.
Nate, he agreed with my talking points, and he said voted for you at the end. So what? He did. I mean, God damn it! What more do you want? Bro?
Okay.
No. Salute the information, man. I ain't got no problem with none of
know how unbiased the T.P.O.T audience is.
No. Let me just say something to Zero. Let me say something to Zero.
For you.
Hey, brother Zero, you gave a super chat to my man Prophet. It is not a bad question, because if the president creates an environment which helps businessmen to create jobs, then I would like to know what type of jobs those are that benefit black men economically, since Donald Trump often says that he's done more for black people since Abraham Lincoln, who actually did not free the slaves. If you do your goddamn history and research, we didn't really get freed. We got emancipated, and then they put us in another form of slavery called Jim Crow and convict leasing. So if you want to get into some information with me, I'm not the man to fuck with, because I know my information, because I know my goddamn history. With that said, all I did is ask a logical question, because he does say he did so much for us.
The information, I'm cool with it, bro. No problem, bro.
I think what that said is that should be the next debate Thursday, because I would love to.
Whoa.
Zero information, man. I would love that one.
Well, no, I don't know why.
No. Come on, brothers.
No,
come on.
The answer.
Let's
No,
make it happen.
I don't fear nobody but God. Okay, and He's not God.
I know that.
I don't fear no man but God. Okay.
And Zero.
Well, I appreciate the $5 cash app, brother.
And peace to Zero. But the question is, I mean, Nate broke it down. He said that Donald Trump created an atmosphere which made it possible for our low unemployment to be possible, and that comes out of creating opportunities for jobs. Opportunity zone, you guys talked about opportunity zones. Even though opportunity zones do gentrify the black community, that's a whole nother issue. But that's all. I just wanted to know so that I can be able to be on top of how it's actually benefiting. Because I'll be honest with you, I've been in my profession for a very long time, and nothing that Donald Trump has done for me living in California to this date has actually impacted where I've already have been. Like I had said before weeks ago, there are black men that have been in business doing the damn thing even before he came into office and pushed his policies.
Well, information, man. I just want to keep tuning in to these great debates that brother has having on Thursday, and I would like to. I think that'll be great. So
that's what we do here. And shout out to Brother New, a very staunch and consistent supporter of the T.P.O.T YouTube page. Brother New, I appreciate that cash app, brother. My man, appreciate that, brother. Shout out, Brother New. Always a steady, consistent supporter of this here platform. But I'm about to wrap this up soon, so everybody go ahead and give your parting shots. Before we peel out of here, anybody who want to go can go.
I got to get on out of here because I got to get up in the morning. It's been awesome, man. Great convo. I appreciate you once again, Brother X, man. You steady just opening up doors for me, man. And I don't know how to repay you, man. I try to do it monetary, but you
can repay me by bringing your ass on here more.
I mean, look, I've been working. I work.
I know, man. I'm just fucking with you, man. I know you work a lot.
I can tell you how you could repay.
Oh, go ahead.
No. I'm serious. Straight up. Give Black America those two intelligent, industrious boys.
Yeah.
You do that, we'll be indebted to you forever.
Yeah.
Let's do that.
I appreciate that, man. And like I say, I learned from you brothers, man. I really love you brothers, man. Y'all the one that really keep me motivated, keep me pushing ahead. Even the brothers that be trolling, man. And I get it, man. Y'all know how I am. I get passionate, but it's for a reason, man. It's just I'm like I said, I'm a pro-black man. And I'm about us, man. It's all about us, man. We got to push this agenda, and we got to figure this shit out, man. And fuck it, man. Make it happen, man. Hey, Big Nate, man, I appreciate you, bro. I'm waiting for you. When you get to channel, bro, I'm going to be there. I'm going to be in line, bro. I'm going to be like the first.
Appreciate it.
I'm waiting on that, too. But before you go, brother AJ, put your channel in the chat. Y'all get on down there, man, and subscribe to my brother AJ, Seeing Red, formerly known as Why You Mad TV.
Yes, sir.
Get on down there, man, and subscribe to my brother's channel, man. Because if you don't, I'll haunt your old black ass mom in her dreams tonight. So get on down there and subscribe to my brother. Make sure you go ahead and spam your channel in the chat. My moderators, you do the same so everybody can know where they can find.
Yeah, at least give me over 300, man. I'm trying to make.
Yeah, man, we got to get it.
All right. But
You
I'm
gotta
gonna get
get
on
him there.
out of here, man. I appreciate this, man. It's been fun, man. All right, brothers, man.
Peace.
Thank you, man.
Put your info
Salute,
in the
AJ.
chat, brother AJ. Put your info in the
Salute,
chat.
AJ.
All right, I got you, man. All right, fellas. Thank you.
Peace,
Thank
brother.
you. Thank you.
Anybody else? Parting shots.
I just wanted to say peace to Nate. He made good points tonight. I think everybody made good points. I think everybody is passionate about what they believe in. And there's nothing wrong with the passion as long as you take that passion and make something out of it in your everyday life. And I'm pretty sure all the brothers up here take what they believe and they practice it in their life every day. So, brother T.P.O.T, thank you for letting me come up with these brothers and rap about
Absolutely,
a few things. Man. Don't get me wrong. Some of our women are causing a lot of problems when it comes to young black males, and it is a problem. But I do believe what Nate was saying when we got to stop engaging sexually with these type of females who do not meet the requirements so that we can cut the bullshit off if possible. Mm-hmm. So, and let me shout out to the chat room and as well as brother Zero who came in. He said that he's worked in, various companies and organizations. So I respect that. But I always was taught growing up in the school that you always question any and everything that you're being told, because to not question and do your research to find out if something is really what it is, to me, that's brain dead. You should always question authority and question anything that you're being told and not take it at face value. So with that said, peace to everybody.
Peace, brother Info, my brother.
All right.
Peace.
Appreciate it, brother. Big Nate.
First, I just want to say a couple of things. Number one, information, man. I put my email in the chat. And to Zero, fuck you. Okay, fuck you, nigga. He said my channel's coming in 3023 or some shit.
Everybody waiting, man. Everybody wants you to fire that shit up, brother Nate. Everybody wants you to fire it up, man.
The first thing I'm gonna do is apologize. As soon as it's up, as soon as I do my first live show, I'm gonna apologize to everybody. That's what I'll do. I promise you. I promise you. It's coming. The intros are almost done per SKC. And as soon as I got my intro and the little comic strip to put up at the top of the channel, I will launch it. Just work with me, brothers, please. That's all I'm asking.
Waiting, man. You gotta wait.
And it's coming, bro. I promise.
God damn it,
you niggas wear me out. Oh my God, I'm exhausted. For real. Too old for this shit. But I would just say again, man, AJ, he fought valiantly. I salute the brother. And do your thing, man. Just raise those two boys to be industrious, enterprising, intelligent black men. Teach them not to give a fuck what anybody thinks about their perspective, as long as their life reflects that what they believe works. Too often, a lot of these people, the lives they lead, their lack of accomplishments, their broken relationships with people all around them, I can't take your word for anything. You got to show me some tangibles, as Tariq Nasheed likes to say. If you're a black woman listening and you have a son, you've probably heard a lot of things that might offend you or upset you if you're a single mom. If you have a son, I would suggest that you get that young man into the hands of if the father, just for whatever reason, has no interest in him, get your boy to your father, get your son to your brother, an uncle, any proper black man that's in your family. And most of you black women have plenty of decent black men that you can turn to. You turn to them for help. You turn to them for other things. Turn to them and talk to them about helping to raise your son. None of my sisters have nephews. Have sons, so I don't have nephews from them. But if they were in that position and they were willing to move close to me, I wouldn't have a problem taking my nephew in and helping to raise him, as long as the mom isn't out running the streets and taking advantage of me doing that. I'm not telling any black man to let the women in their family victimize them or take advantage of them. That happens way too often. But if the woman is serious, if she's, prepared to talk about the mistakes she's made in life that got her to this point where she has to hand her son over to somebody who can raise him properly, then, maybe that's something a brother should consider. I don't tell black men what to do. I don't tell you what to do politically. I simply lay out what will be the results of your vote either way. It's very encouraging to see these kind of conversations happening. And that's why I say I don't need the win. I think the audience is the winner. And anytime we can have conversations like this, the audience is the winner. That's all I got, bro.
All right, my brother, man, you already know. My man. All the time, man. You always welcome up here on the T.P.O.T YouTube page, man. You my folk. You my brother, man. I'm going to hit you up.
Appreciate that, bro. Thank you. Thank you, audience. Appreciate it. Good night.
Peace, Brother Nate. Yeah. We're going to wrap this up. We had a spirited debate tonight and turn my camera on. And we had a spirited discussion afterwards. Some of the brothers that I have a lot of respect and hold in high regard were up here tonight. Before we go, of course, y'all know I got to hit y'all in the head with some of my boring programming notes, as always, because we got a couple good shows coming up this week. Well, actually, this week and next week, like I said, at the top of the hour, or top of the stream, my boy Jay Shine will be in the house Saturday night, October 17th, 8 p.m. Eastern Time on the T.P.O.T YouTube page. The Jay Shine series, another installment of that. My brother Jay Shine will be here. Y'all know when Jay Shine come around, he sets the goddamn house on fire. Whenever he comes, it's a good night. He comes right in here dropping all kinds of nuggets. So make sure you hear Saturday night, 8 p.m. Eastern Time, right here on the T.P.O.T YouTube page. And then Thursday, October 22nd, the one and only Dr. T. Hassan Johnson will be up in the house. That's right. Dr. T. Hassan Johnson will be in the house Thursday night, October 22nd. And we will be talking about hating on masculinity. So I got two good shows lined up for y'all, man, coming right around the bend. And I'm putting together a debate for Wednesday night also. So the 21st. So look for that thumbnail as well. And we might do a debate next Saturday. All right. We might do a debate next Saturday. I'm not sure yet. I'm still working on it. We might do one a week from this coming Saturday. So stay tuned for that. Look out for the thumbnails because we're going to try to keep them coming for y'all. All right. So make sure you're here Thursday, October 22nd to check out the good Dr. T. Hassan Johnson. And make sure you're here Saturday, the 17th to check out my brother Jay Shine. All right. All right. So, like I said, we're going to wrap this up, man. I appreciate you good folks, man, coming out tonight, man, as always. I appreciate all the brothers who was up here tonight, man. I appreciate Brother Perfect Black, Brother O'Shea Linux, my brother Info Man, Brother Trey, and also my debaters, Brother Big Nate and Brother AJ for giving us a spirited debate. I appreciate and respect all of you brothers. So, what I'm going to do right now, I'm going to run a few of my bullshit commercials, and I will see y'all on the other side of the break, and we're going to peel up out of here, folks. I'll see y'all on the other side.
Open your mind.
Hey guys, T.P.O.T. on Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. Twitter. But you knew that already. You knew that already.
You knew that already. You knew that already.
Peace, folks. Open your mind. Wednesday, we throw down in the digital square circle on Hours of Power debates. Thursday, we get at it with DXL, Dark Exodus Live. So come through, 9:30 p.m., right here on the T.P.O.T YouTube page. You know.
Yeah. So once again, man, I want to thank everybody, man. I want to thank you good folks right here. And I want to thank you good folks out there, man. As always, man, I appreciate y'all hanging out with us tonight, man. Spending some time with us, man, watching us. I appreciate all the super chats and the cash apps as well. It's always good, man, to be up here with you good folks, man. And we're going to keep them coming, man, because we want to keep you coming back. We want you to stay tuned right here to the old T.P.O.T YouTube page. You know. All right. So with that, I will leave you with 3 words. You know, like I always do. Open your minds. Peace, folks. Join the league. Join the league. Open your minds.
Hours of Power. Hours of Power. Hours of Power. Hours of Power.
And so a community is where you control your police, you control your commerce, you control your education, you control your house. We don't control none of that. We live in a hood. Huh? Well, what about the Negroes that get out? Oh, well, say, my cousin, they say he's a multi-millionaire, almost got $1 billion.
The problem with going
3 PhDs and working on 2 more. Driving down the street in Chicago in his Rolls Royce, enjoying himself, and he hears these sirens and looks through the mirror and see this cop car flashing lights. He squeezed the steering wheel, man. Heart beats fast. Because he knows the plight of a Negro, what it could be. And then when that cop car passed him by, he said, thank God he wasn't after you in the first place, punk. That Negro thing you can't get away from. It's universal. They wasn't coming after you. With all your millions, with your Rolls Royce, with your PhD, didn't help. That's the hood. Why do you think you never pick up the paper 3D over and over and see white families? You think of the thousands of black cops in America. Why don't you see white families crying as black cops shot my loved one 40 times in the back of the head? Why do you think black cops are You think they're more spiritual? Think they're better? No! they got enough sense to know that white folks ain't gonna tolerate it. And I will stop in our neighborhood when we decide we will not tolerate it. Now, if we was organized, which is hard to organize people who are just gonna run crazy and you don't know you're crazy. But if we were, with the money we have, and the many people who would come to our aid that don't know what it's like to be a Negro, and we said, if we said, look, we saying, if we don't get a federal law to deal with police brutality, that anytime a cop or anybody carry a gun, have to have a license just like you do to drive a car. And if you use it wrongly, you'll lose your license. And if it's upheld, you can never work again as a cop or a store guard or a private detective. How do you get Congress to push that through? Well, you take your economic power and you call on your friends, black, white, young and old, and say, this coming Christmas, if we don't have a federal law to outlaw police brutality by law, then we calling for a nationwide boycott of Christmas and it'll start on Thanksgiving. Well, let me tell you what that means. 79% of all retail in America happens between Thanksgiving and Christmas. People stay in business all year, lose money just for Christmas, huh? Well, what happens now? Sac Fifth Avenue, Toys R Us, Sears and Roebuck, Westinghouse. They will get the bill, and all they got to do is make one phone call and say, Harry, that's the senator, I want that bill pushed through in 3 days. Okay, it's an economic thing. It's that simple. But we have the power, but the system has wiped us out so bad.
Hours of power. Hours of power. Hours of power.
San Antonio, Lincoln 6. Go ahead. Clear suspect down, 10-4. That's 10-4. The officer's code 4. We have one suspect that's been shot.
Open your mind.
Only from the Prophet of Thought Series Media.
You know.
Open your mind. 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 Open your mind.